yesterday you already have an idea, I would have say have a structured background, the major topic we are going to share in these 2 days, there's talent development and talent management. But of course, before that, so far nobody asked me, but definitely I think most of the HR will understand why we should start from performance management, talk a little bit of competency, because all these things are related to talent development and talent management. So, and yesterday when I asked, maybe people shy, don't really know me, just for a little bit fun while waiting for the rest. There's a Innovate over here, and I hope everyone today is this picture, and nobody will be this picture, okay? I know some of you need to work, whatever, but I trust HR people is probably tahan one, even some other people I can see, you have recharged. So I hope that also we will have another fruitful day today. Okay, let's do a recap. Okay, I think recap better to ask some questions so that I actually will know whether you have captured something, right? Okay, we always like to start with our leader here, Shandy. Shandy, are you there?
Yes.
Okay, just give me what you remember, even in 1 or 2 words, performance management. You captured yesterday that really give you a very deep insight, or trigger your critical thinking. When we mention performance management, what are the keywords that you have captured yesterday?
For me, I think because I'm full-fledged into HR, we forget that performance management. So it was a reminder for me lah. Performance management starts from the beginning. It doesn't start only for bad performers. It starts from the beginning for everyone.
Okay.
To ensure that the employer or the line manager receives what they have expected in their head.
Okay.
Okay. So, and then the second thing is to communicate. You need to communicate your expectations. Otherwise, no point having great balance scorecard or great KPI management documents without communicating and setting the expectations. That was a reminder for me, because I think you realized yesterday we sort of practice it quite extensively in our company already.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Ian. Sometimes, especially when we are the people who doing the work, we may overlook certain things, right? Yeah, I like the words, how great KPI you have, using very good performance management system. If the communication is not there, because remember, I keep on emphasizing town hall, I emphasizing roadshow, right? If the thing don't deliver, people don't understand. It's just like a piece of paper or a system, in the
out once a year.
Yeah. How about competency management to you? What really how to say that you capture, in terms of competency management? You may just give 1, 2 words, the keywords that really stuck into your mind or something like that.
For me, competency management is the company head, the line manager, everybody needs to, again, it's communication at the background, always communication, but we must know what we expect from them. Then we can chart out what skills they need. But I guess if one word is the KSA plus behavior, you can
yes. So because otherwise competency, like very big jargon word with people, actually when you break it down, it's actually conceived of knowledge, skill, and attitude. I like that. That's actually the keyword for this 101, 102, I want them to take home one competency, represent these three elements inside. And also in reality, required competency level versus the actual competency level they have. That should be the competency gap, right? Thank you
Yes.
so much, Shanti. Let me pick another one. Shireen, are you there?
Yes.
Yeah, Shireen, what are the keywords you have picked up from these two topics? You may just give one or two keywords, you don't need to explain, which really give you a very deep, I would say deep memory, excite you, a big jargon or whatever.
For the performance management, maybe the 360, the cycle of the communications, that one.
Okay.
Then for competency, it's also about the 4 big one, that is have financial, and then got the financial, got the internal process, customer, and learning growth.
Oh, that is a balance scorecard. Balance scorecard, yeah. You can use that. Competency basically is talking relate, of course, to the performance management. What we expect the staff to have in enable them to do the job. Of course, my reminder to you all is not only come in, we judge whether they can perform or not. So the proactiveness is when you do the talent acquisitions, mean recruitment time from day one, you must see, what is their competency level. Okay. Thank you for participating. Can I have Nick? Nick, are you there, Nick? Hello? Nick, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, so what have you, as a customer service, what have you captured in terms of performance management and competency management that yesterday we shared? What are the keywords you have picked up?
Actually, the both things relate to me is communication skills.
Okay, so what are the keywords you have take home yesterday?
Keywords, just a moment. I don't have specifically keywords, but I feel it's more related to communications. It's not specifically on certain things.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, customer service always communications.
Yeah.
Let me have Adeline. Adeline, are you there? Yeah, hi, good morning, Adeline. Yeah, what are the keywords you have captured yesterday?
Okay. I think basically, I think for the longest time we have been doing. I mean, my company have been doing the performance management based on just KPI.
Okay.
So in terms of job skills and job requirement, but then I think we are lack of consideration on the balance scorecard. Considering some other factors beyond what our day-to-day job.
Very good. Yeah, this is actually the limelight, I will say. That's why I share the balance scorecard. Not necessary you really have to use a format, but like Shandi mentioned, even her company, there should be the elements of this one. We cannot omit it. What I'm trying to say, I'm HR, what is finance do with me, right?
Yep.
I'm a driver, what is finance do with me? I'm not in HR, why the OC deal with me? But you still deal with the human being, all right?
Correct.
Okay, very good. And okay, let me have Gonza. Good morning, Gonza. Are you there?
Good morning. Good morning.
Yeah, Gonza, what have you picked up? We're asking an entrepreneur here, a SME boss here. So what have you picked up? Eventually, when you hire staff, how you look at these two things?
Maybe.
Hello.
It's a for me. It's a consideration for performance management.
what consideration after pick up some of the keywords or some of the pro and cons, some of the case that your classmate have deeper, you know, have shared. So what prompt you about performance management? Means your ideal performance management or what is in your mind performance after you attended yesterday, you know, but you have changed your mind, you will have some paradigm shift or performance management actually it can be done this way. Performance management actually we should be mindful about these things, you know. So maybe you can share your view. As I say, there's no right or wrong.
For me, it's mostly like the knowledge, skill, and the ability. This one need to be take care lah. Yesterday we are talking about all the like performance appraisal. Okay, need to be take care about this because you impact the company sales performance. If you not really seriously understand their needs, how to say, like mutual consensus between like top and the bottom, or how.
Yeah, I think bosses are you only talk about the sales revenue. So for yesterday's sessions, actually remind you, you know, you need to look internally your processes, your internal customer, your staff, you know, how they feel because they are the one who actually use the layman term make money, you know, for a company, and you know whether you can attract and retain them, which will be our topics for today. Thank you for sharing. Okay.
Thank you.
Remember yesterday I give you a homework. Okay, before going to the homework, you look at this picture, maybe with the words, you know, what I'm trying to show you here. Can somebody actually very quickly pick up the alphabet, you know?
Culture,
what
is it?
Yes, culture. Okay, why I put this picture here, culture, yesterday, remember in the competency, I mentioned about core competency, right? Okay, just also a recap it. I mentioned about core competency. Who have actually picked up what I keep on emphasizing on the core competency for a company? Any words that you have picked up from me yesterday on core competency? Can I have anybody have a wild guess? Yeah, Cindy, you want to say something?
Maybe teamwork,
And then what else?
innovation.
These are the two words you'll pick up, right?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Oh, then why the culture was to relate with teamwork and innovation? Core competency basically is actually derived from the company value system and the DNA, okay, what you want to have. And of course, all these things is also sum up with the culture of the company, right? Some company culture, open door system, some company culture, I use the word closed door. They really look at the level, right? Okay, you are not senior management, you're not supposed to know this, you know, you are just a junior, but nowadays a lot of company very open. They are very flat organization. They don't talk what level or this thing. And then I did mention the words on the master and slave, right? No such thing already. Okay, thank you, Cindy. So now we look at this. Want to share something with you. I believe most of you know Jack Welch, right? I believe, yeah, he's very famous, a former CEO for General Electric, GE. And I like the words here. You see, as the CEO, my main job was developing talents. But most of the company nowadays, even MNC, PLC, whether you like it or not, I think 50% think that this job should go to HR, is a HR responsibility. That's the reason today when I share the talent development management, I also will talk about the succession planning committee. What are their jobs? It's not only the HR alone. And I like the words, his main job is what? Developing talent. He's not only direct, okay? And you see, and then it's a very good analogy over here. I was a gardener providing water and other nourishment to our top 750 people. Of course, I had to pull out some weeds too. So what do you mean? Okay, his job is nourishing what? To inspire, right? To engage their staff, to develop their staff. So he used as a gardener, right? Use water, use a barger, you know, all these fertilizer. The top 750, quite a big group of the talent pool, because you know GE is such a big group throughout the whole world. But he still have to pull up some weight, so too. Means, of course, in between, as I mentioned to you, and somebody asked me, you know, if staff fall under marginal how or even unsatisfactory, there will be the very minor 1% what. So definitely you have to pull up, because this group of people, I mean, the rotten apple, sometimes you cannot be repaired. When cannot repair, mostly I would believe as a HR practitioner, it should be their attitude. Because I believe skill, you can be nurtured, you can develop skill. But of course, soft skills sometimes also there's a DNA, you know, inborn in you. But definitely the company have to actually remove some of those headcount that actually will affect the company culture, the motivation as a whole. Okay, so I always like to share this jet wash thing, you know, even to my CEO. And okay, now the group work, I understand everyone is supposed to actually, you no need to share your file, whatever. You actually can I will get Janice to let everyone try. Maybe some of you already draw up yours, right? If not draw up yours also, she can be able to make you speak out. Okay, speak out means you tell me, okay, from all the elements I put this one, okay, where actually the compartment you put, okay. But of course, you also can share your file if you really hardworking, you already write, maybe you use your handphone, snap a bit, you know, your drawing one, and then you present and tell me why net profit fall under what, okay. ISO 9001 fall under what. That means it's within that 4 compartment. Trainees, can I let them share their file to, so that it will be more meaningful, so that everyone get a chance to speak?
Yeah, if let's say they got something to present.
Yes. If not, everyone will take their turns to speak out on this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Who will be the first volunteer? So that means I have to stop my sharing. If not, they cannot share, right?
Yeah, if they say they want to share something, then you have to stop sharing.
Okay. Maybe
I don't mind.
Shanti, you don't mind, let you speak up first.
I go first, but I don't have anything to say because it's on my book. But can
Never
you
mind.
leave,
Yeah, you just can tell me this one fall under what, like that, right?
can you leave this? Can you leave this slide on? Then I will start.
Yeah, sure. No issue.
Okay. So the 4 categories, I will start first with net profit. Net profit, I just put it under finance, but in my opinion, the end result, that goal should be for the whole company and all the departments. So I'm not sure how we can put net profit in all the categories or not.
But net profit, I mean, no, now you don't have to think of every level. You only think of net profit belong to finance or customer or OC or internal processes. You no need to go further to organizational, departmental or
okay, so
individual
high level lah, Lilaine.
You just say if net profit you think is under the category finance, then you say finance, because I only want you all to practice the 4 elements only. No need to go to the step 2 or step 3.
Okay, all right. So I put net profit under finance,
Okay.
and the KRA, the areas will be a few. It will be increased revenue by XX% to achieve the net profit, and then cost mitigation factors, because no point just getting high revenue if our cost is higher. So I've got 2 for that. KRA, I've got 2.
Shanti, maybe you don't have to go in deep. You see here I got 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, right?
Or
You just
use,
let me, yes, this 13, you know how you put into the
okay.
4 boxes. Yes.
All right. So training hours, I put under organizational capability.
Yes.
ISO 9000 is under internal processes.
Okay.
Marketing budget is under finance.
Yeah, that's right.
Product development, I put it under customer.
Mm-hmm.
Customer survey and service satisfaction index. Sorry, customer survey I put under customer. Customer survey is customer satisfaction, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So I put it under customer.
Mm-hmm.
Staff turnover, I put it under organizational capability.
Mm-hmm.
Internal SLA is internal processes. Staff development under organizational capability.
Mm-hmm.
Manpower cost under finance. Upskilling is under organizational capability. Service satisfactory index, I'm not sure. Revenue, I put under finance. Service satisfactory index is internal service satisfactory index. I'm not sure of that one.
Okay, I'm not going to give answer first because you have
Okay.
been given the rest of them, right? They will actually take up all your most of the right answer. So I have to be smart a bit. Okay, thank you for being so spotting as the first one always to lead. Can I have Cindy? Cindy, are you there? I hope today your voice is getting better.
Yeah, getting better.
I think your voice is better than me. Today I having very rough voice.
Okay, I can share my screen if you want to.
Okay. Chinese, so I stop my sharing. Okay.
So is everyone able to share? Can see?
You can actually make it bigger also. Yeah, the down the button there, right? No. There's you got slideshow, you got presentation mode, not the percentage. There are a few buttons over there. You can make it bigger, right?
Is it better?
Okay lah, because you do not know how to press those. Yeah.
This is what I conclude the 4 element under finance, customer, internal process, and organization capability.
Okay, good. Again, I say I don't want to say right or wrong. Okay, later I will explain because otherwise I will pick up the rest of the people, will know. There are maybe 1 or 2 elements can put differently in a different industry and also what you want to measure. Okay,
Yes.
thank you, Cindy. Can I have,
good morning.
Yeah.
This is Lynn here.
Yeah, Lynn?
Can I share my file?
Yes, okay. Maybe Cindy have the exit, share the file.
Yes, I did stop already.
Can you all see it?
Yes.
Yeah, this is my balance scorecard. The only thing that I'm not sure here is the actually the marketing budget and the staff turnover. So this is how I put it lah.
Okay. I just want to have a look or you say okay, but later on I will tell you about the answer. Thank you, Lynn. Thank you for being so spotting and volunteer yourself. So next volunteer. Then I do have to call by name.
Share lah.
Trichin, yes. Good. Okay, Trichin.
Yeah. Can see, right?
So far I have not seen anything.
Great. Okay.
Can see or not?
Can.
Yes.
Yeah. Finance, I put marketing budget, net profit, manpower cost, revenue. Customer is a customer survey, service satisfaction index. Internal process, I'm not sure about product development. Organization capabilities will be staff development, training hours, upskilling, and staff turnover.
Okay, thank you, Trichin. Okay, who is the next? If nobody, then I will call by name. Aubrey. You'll be next. Good. Okay.
I'll share it.
Mm.
How much?
Okay.
Can see.
Yeah, can see.
Finance is a net profit, marketing budget, revenue. Customer is service satisfaction index and customer survey. Internal process, staff turnover, manpower cost. Internal SLA, ISO 9001 product development. And OC is upskilling, training our staff development.
Okay.
Okay,
So I will never say you are right or wrong later, because only I will.
Yeah.
Then you see the answer, you will know why you have put wrongly or what. Who is the next?
I will share.
Okay, Shireen, yes.
Can see, right? So financial output, net profit, marketing budget, manpower cost, revenue, and staff turnover. Then for customer service satisfactory index, customer survey, and then organization capability, I put upskilling, and then internal process, training hours, internal SLA, ISO 9001, and then product development.
Okay, thank you. Okay, who are those haven't really shown me what you know yet? There are a few more haven't presented yet, right? Vidya, Nick, who else?
Yeah. I just verbally tell. On finance, I can put in net profit, revenue, marketing budget, manpower, and internal process, ISO, internal SLA, and for customer service satisfactory, and for another one, organization, I can put in training hours, staff development, upskilling, and staff turnover.
Okay, who else haven't really presented? Quickly, in 2-3 minutes time, we finish it, then I show you my side. Any more?
Hello, hi, Vidya here. Hello.
Vidya, you can start. You want to share file, or you want to just?
No, I just want to talk because
Okay.
I didn't do, and regarding finance, I put marketing budget, revenue, net profit, and manpower. And regarding customers, it's a service satisfaction, customer survey, and product development. And organization capabilities is staff development, training hour, upskill, staff turnover. And internal processes is product development, internal SLA, manpower cost, and ISO 9001. Thank you.
Okay, who else, so that I can share more or less? I know have some minor misunderstanding, I think, but overall, I think mostly will get marks good. Okay, who is speaking now? Any more? Okay. If no more, I'm going to share the result. Okay, you look at compare with your result and compare with mine. You will know why you put wrongly or what. You see I actually, some of the thing I don't put it right, and I want people to tell me also. There is actually one mistake here. If you can see, there's a one mistake here. Who can spot out my mistake? Then I will know how well you know about this balance scorecard. I have one mistake here.
Staff turnover.
Yes. Staff turnover should go to where? Staff turnover, good. Cindy really spotted.
Should we go to OC?
Yes. Staff turnover, okay, why it should be in OC? So if you want to measure staff turnover, because It's under organization capability, means you are building a learning. Let me explain. You under, you know, learning and grow, right? Normally, because a lot of department, they will actually blame the HR. You get in the staff no good lah, this and that. Usually, we will put under the staff turnover for their particular department in terms of percentage. Means we have an expectation from them. If their staff turnover very high, means also they will score a lower marks on that. That's why staff turnover can be measured by the percentage. It's under the OC. So Cindy, you actually doing well. You can really spot my mistake. And also I have noticed some people put product development under customer. Why? Can any volunteer tell me, if you are the one who put product development under customer, can you tell me why?
Yeah, Cindy here.
Yeah.
Okay. Why I put product development is most of the time, because as for example, if you are the under the product service department, you always need to handle a lot of customer incoming call. So they may sometimes ask you about you know, your company product. So under customer side, you may need to have the knowledge of giving the correct answer to the relevant staff or relevant people. So that's why I put the staff development under customer.
Okay, here you see product development. If you want to put in the internal processes, let me explain. Okay, thank you for your explanation. Normally, when we put product development under internal processes, is sometimes we have to review about the processes in our product development, whether there's other innovations or new one. If let's say you want to know your staff, whether they have a clear, I use the word clear or better product knowledge, perhaps it not fall call under product development. Maybe it's a product knowledge. In fact, you should put in the organization capability there. Because if you're talking about the complaint, then it's also part of the customer service, then you can put in the customer. So you cannot use that word product development put under customer.
Okay.
So is it okay with you?
Okay.
You can change to another words. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Cindy, for a very good try. You know, I know you don't have HR background, but it's a really good try. Okay, I also have seen people, I cannot remember who, put the training hours in customer. Why? So I hope my memory is good. If you are the one who put training hours under customer, maybe you can explain to me why you put training hours under customer. And it's supposed to be here. Okay. Okay, why training hours in the customer? Because don't be shy if you have make mistake, because you cannot tell me why. I cannot comprehend why you put. It's like same thing, you know, I know why Cindy put there. I will try to explain to her. I know what she wants, so I can explain to her, you know, you should put what words and put where, you know. Training hours is mainly talking about your staff, okay? So usually some of the department head, they're very stingy. Even company pay money, they would think, my staff go for training or my work cannot get done. So sometimes we will put a policy, and most company actually put a policy. If your staff training hours never meet the HR policy, actually, that means your time management very bad. You don't give your staff development. That's the reason we put under the OC. Of course, upskilling is another set of it, okay? And I also see people put marketing budget in customer. Why? Okay, if you feel so shy, maybe I will just explain only, but if you don't point out, I cannot help you why you make this mistake, okay? Budget, when the word budget is very obvious already about finance, right? Whatever budget, you still put in the finance, okay? So I think so far so good. I'm happy in the sense that at least everyone have a good try. You're really serious about this learning. I keep on emphasizing, you know, we are learning. And I think day one I have put there, right? If I don't involve you or you don't involve me, you don't learn. You may be, today you capture, tomorrow you have forgotten, okay? Give yourself, okay, round of applause, everyone. Have a good try over here. Okay, what is the time now? Let me see. Okay, we will have 20 minutes. We can go into the so far any question about yesterday topic? Okay, and just now I asked you all to share, right? Overall I just want to wrap up. When I mentioned keywords performance management, maybe you have captured, of course, what we have shared in performance management, the balance scorecard. You know, you can mention the 4 elements name, also what you have captured, right? Actually, I try to reflect your memory, and also I give you some of the traps being, you know, as an appraiser, you know, normally what traps you have fall in, you know, the halo effect, the horn effect, the leniency, right? I also give you some points, you know, how to become a good appraiser. And I also give you, you know, the step, you know, you should, when you conduct appraisal, what you're supposed to do, you must plan, you know, and then only you must find a place, conducive place, quiet place with a clear mind, only you conduct, okay? And then you have to follow up, you know, not just give them like that, right? So I have shared a number of these things. I will say the keywords means you have at least can remember. And then competency, of course, very good. I would say that even only 2 share, Shanti and Gonza. I think most of you know the very keywords, the KSA, the knowledge, the skill, and the attitude. A lot of people, maybe they're very good in their skill and knowledge because they don't have the attitude. That's why they cannot succeed. That's why attitude very important, because it affects your behavior. And competency can be used in many ways, right? The competency start from when you do your recruitment, your job profiling thing, what kind of competency you want. And then in performance appraisal, we also can see, I have shared something on RCL, remember, required competency level versus actual, you know, how best you can perform, okay? These are only the keywords when you can remember, means you can do it very generally. As beginning of yesterday, I already say our class here is 101, 102, doesn't matter. At least you must, the basic concept, what are these things? Then when you really want to practice in your company, you know, perhaps you have to really dive deep inside. Any questions so far? Any questions so far on yesterday?
We are good.
Okay, very good. Okay, I'm going to explain a bit on these 5 elements here. Then we will have 10 minutes toilet break, or you want to have a coffee or whatever. Today, I will have more break because I think yesterday, straight away, I talked 2 hours. I find it difficult for you to absorb also, you know, then you will find yourself drained, you know, and also you down with so many things in your brain, right? You cannot digest, you know. Yesterday, I can see some of you say digestion. And I do not know whether you have a habit. Sometimes some of the keywords I mentioned is good that you drop down, because this is the online. And I find always in one of the learning style, you know, when you hear, okay, then you write down, you will remember better, okay? That was during school days. I don't know how the approach, because everybody, how to say, learn differently. I know a lot of people during those days, but I can guarantee you, please give me handout. The handout can be 50, 100 pages. After that, you know, they put in the fridge or put in the cupboard, put whatever they don't use, and because there's no note. Don't say 1, 2 years, even 1 week later, they look at it, actually, they don't know what is inside. That's the reason I actually do not really encourage to give a lot of things. I want practical things. And then only when they ask, then I know they have a purpose for it. If not, it's just also another piece of paper put in the cupboard, okay? Okay, in a very nutshell, talent development and talent management, we will start from attract. Yesterday, remember what I say? From your recruitment, from your talent acquisition side, okay, how you attract people to join your company, okay, in the very nutshell or simple layman term. And then after that, of course, you have a selections, right? Selections here, I know some small company, you know, even big company to the extent, they do not have a structure in the sense that some company, they have, of course, the job position, then they will have a job description, right? It will be good under the job description, they may write certain competency in order for the person, you know, who perform the job, the potential employee, they minimum must have this criteria, or you can say the job spec to meet the people's spec, okay, in the very layman term. Then only you do the selection, so interview, and then of course at last, if let's say most of the competency level the same, let's say you interview 5, what will be the extra you will select them? There will be other criteria. When I go in there later, I will talk about it because it's separate subject later on. And then after that, of course, you develop, right? Develop in terms of training, on-job training, coaching, mentoring, so that the person can perform well in your company. Also, then subsequently, because of doing these actions, beside your bonus and increment, right, and promotion, you must always engage and retain them. You must make them feel that they are important. They are one of the family member. Particularly, what I have noticed for the last 2 years after I left the permanent job, what I see, and because I used to do the webinar for the university student, they have a lot of questions to ask me, you know, why this company cannot give me flexi hours? Why I cannot work from home? Why they give me so little? Why, even to the extent they complain, why the laptop don't give me the new one, give me the old one? Because of that, after 3 months or so, they can leave the job. I can tell you, you will hear a lot of things. Maybe for our generation, you will laugh one, you know. Also, to me, is a very minor thing. They never think that, you know, actually, I asked them one question like that. Why you think that the company want to hire you, right? So these are the things later I will share with you later. Okay. So now you look at this sequence. The most important thing, you see the circle over here, right? The strategy here. Okay. Why? Because everything you do, you cannot do in your isolation. It must match back. Remember yesterday we talked about strategic mapping, right? What your company want, what the future, the business goal your company want, you will come with strategy. If you only do like one-sided, you know, having working in silo, when you don't match, that's why companies sometimes you can have a lot of stuff, but everyone working differently, you know, and very departmentalized, okay, cannot contribute to the mutual goal. That's also one of the reasons why we use balance scorecard, so that everyone, at least even the driver, you want to understand about the company financial status and all this thing. Okay, so during this 10 minutes break, even not 10 o'clock yet, you think about it, okay, about this later, then we will go further, and then before we really go into the topic, Chinese, now it's 9:50, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, never mind, we will start at 10 again, give them a coffee break, and then we come back at 10 o'clock.
10 o'clock, okay.
Yes, okay. Go to washroom, enlightening yourself, and then grab a coffee or whatever, you know, your favorite drinks. Okay. Okay. Just now I have put very fast. This one is memory. You know, the few circle there. Can somebody also capture the words just now? What I have put I have shared. Remember the few things. So I purposely don't put on the slide. Even you don't pick up the 5 words, you can pick up 1 word. Anybody share with me?
Strategy.
Okay, good. Shanti, strategy. What else? How about the rest?
Track.
Only 10 minutes, so I hope there's no memory lapse here. Only 10 minutes. What are the other words? So Shanti had mentioned strategy already. What are the other 4 words? Just share 1 words with me.
Track.
Pardon me?
Attract.
Okay, good. Any more? Any good try?
Develop.
Okay, good. Any more? You have strategy already, you have developed, you have attract. What else?
Is there a retain, something like retain and there's a retain, correct?
Yes. Engage and retain.
Yeah.
Good. Okay. That is I would have say the few keywords you will I will have say process or the step in the talent development management. Let's look at the framework, why we should do this talent development and management. Okay, so besides I put these 3 things here, anybody will have more than these 3 lines here? I have, okay, yeah, Shanti.
Sustainability for the company.
What sustainability, right? You use the word?
Yeah.
Yes, good. Yeah, that's where we have a succession planning. Okay, so basically the framework of this talent management development later on we are going to share, as it is part of the succession planning initiative. Okay, because you need a feeders. You need a feeders to fill up most of the critical position at risk. Okay. And you also actually, one of also the objectives also, you develop and groom the potential candidate, not only vertically and horizontally. Remember, I keep on also using these 2 keywords because all the conventional talent development roadmap, usually they're talking vertically. Vertically means what? Promotion, getting up, from executive until maybe group MD. But a lot of people have oversight about horizontally. Horizontally is also, we mentioned yesterday on the job enlargement and even to the extent enrichment, okay? That's why I say that's the reason why yesterday we have that 2 topics, because it's all related here, if you can remember, okay? So every keywords or jargon I use, that's the reason those words have been mentioned, or maybe keep on remind you of those words. To be groomed vertically and horizontally also. And also to design to shift the potentials from being in their comfort zone, take up more challenges, right? That's why you got the job enrichment. To showcase their capability means maybe their competency level, last time maybe, only 3, now become 5 or something like that. And then why we have to move them from the comfort zone? Some people you will see, right? I did mention you don't promote people because of seniority. Okay, working here 15 years. Okay, give more increment. Even do wrong thing also, never mind. Or give more bonus. So it's not like that. So before we go to the next, remember these 3 things here. Okay, talent development management talking about, how you attract, you develop, you engage, okay, you retain your people. And then this is part of the initiative of what? Being the feeders, feeders, the people also need the feeders. You see a lot of company, sometimes some HOD gone already, and then the next level not ready. And also internally, also nobody can be deployed. And then of course you can look out. Look out is actually the last resource already. Sometimes it's good that you promote internal people because they already know the culture, know the product, know the people there, okay, whether you like it or not. But there's an argument, maybe some of you may say, particularly for the position of CEO, a lot of companies, they like new blood. They don't want one the chief leader there, right? Your 15 years, no new innovations, their own style, whatever. That's why you can see some MNC company, even before I joined the education industry, I was working in a China-based MNC company. When I was the Southeast Asia HR director there, I can see the difference. Every 3 years, they will change. They even don't want to take the Chinese as the CEO, right? They will take the Masale lah. Even they take a Chinese, this Chinese, the last CEO I worked with, he was brought up in Canada. He was born in, he's a Shanghainese, born in Hong Kong, was raised in Canada. So you can see even a China-based MNC company, they do that. They don't want to use back their own people because they want a new blood, Okay, so, okay, try to take down some of the keywords here, succession planning, vertically and horizontally, right, with the potential, and then shift from the comfort zone. Simple roadmap, okay. Just now in the first slide, we mentioned about attract, right? That's where you do your talent acquisition. Also, the layman term, your recruitment, right? You're getting staff in, okay. At the moment already, talent management started at the beginning, okay. Then after that come in, we have a word development, right? How you develop the people, how you nurture your internal staff, okay. As I mentioned, not only through training, okay, self-directed learning lah, and then on-job training, I think is very important. And then also doing a horizontally, not only vertically, means not only job enrichment, also have job enlargement. And then, of course, talent management means you manage, you monitor them, okay? Then some company, not all the company, but most of the PLC or MNC company, I believe they will have a talent pool. Here, I want to emphasize because previously in my last two companies, they do ask me, if I'm not in talent pool, there are two things they will ask. Am I not talented because I'm not the chosen one? Am I not having a career path? That means I have no chance already. No. You see, overall talent management, it will be run overall in the whole organization. That's where you have the roadmap here, how it formed, right? But the particular talent pool is actually will be nurtured, will be developed only for some specific critical position at risk. This big jargon will say critical position at risk. Why critical? Some of the times, right, how good you are, some company want a person really know the culture. Some position cannot be replaced immediately by outsider, okay? And then also some of the position actually in the market is very rare, okay? That means it's a scarce resources. Our HR like to use the word scarce resources, mean very difficult to find, particularly when the market very have to scope this kind of talent internally. The more you have to nurture, have to develop, so that they will be the feeder for all this position. You see, some company, if you really read, I like to read, maybe because of my job, why suddenly change the CEO, the whole company will collapse on all this thing. Okay, getting new one or even the old one, right? It's because they are not ready, okay? They are not ready. So, and then they also don't do a strategic talent management positioning, right? To really have to really like shadowing, certain position and make sure these people maybe in 3 to 5 years time can take over their position. But of course, there's so many factors. Sometimes some position cannot be replaced. Also, the current position means the person who holding position, sometimes we're human being, right? Sometimes we tend to be also a bit selfish, think they, they hold, they don't release, So you will actually somehow lack of certain thing, right? But for me, people like this is very stupid, right? I think the more you impart to other people, actually you can go to the next level. And then also not just for the sake of some PLC, okay, because you will be audited. How come you don't have a succession planning committee? You don't have a pool to manage? Never mind, we just form in the paper for the sake to let people know, But in actual fact, they do not do. That's why This one also, they have a failure. I did my competency management certifications in 2012. There's no TV people here, TV3, 2012. They say they every year spend millions and millions of dollars, to really run their talent pool. But unfortunately, maybe out of 100 people in the pool, 30 only succeeded, means 30% only. Then you can see, how critical and how challenging, to run the talent pool. Because when the talent run away, also they left the organization. There's many reasons. It can be personal reason, or it can be the culture, whatever is it. And also maybe some position really you cannot replace is because attitude, because sometimes attitude cannot change. Skill and knowledge maybe you can enhance. So far, so good. Any question?
Thank you.
Yes, very good.
Okay. This morning seems to be only Shanti, Cindy. How about the rest? How about my other HR colleague over here? Anything you ask? If not, later maybe we will have some again pick up room to share later on. We will see our timing, right? Because I want to know from your company, how you do your talent acquisition, how you do your talent development. It may not be as structured as I show you, as I say. You may not be, some companies say I don't have the succession planning committee, but informally, who are the few people who really in charge, take care of this, okay? Break we already done. So, okay. Now, how can an organization attract talents? Okay. It's an impromptu one. Janice can break them down. Okay. You break them down. I give them 15 minutes to discuss because different company, they have their own strategy, how they want to attract the talents. Can you break them into 2 rooms?
So you want like yesterday?
Yes, you just break them down to 2 rooms. Meanwhile, as an individual, before Janice assign you into the room, you think about it, whether even you are not a HR, right? Either you are the boss, you even an employee, you say I'm not HR, doesn't matter. If you positioning yourself, you are the boss of this organization, or you are the HR, or even anybody, because anybody bear the responsibility to attract the good people, the talented people to work with you, not only organization will work with you, so that your company business can grow, So Janice is going to break you up into 2 rooms. Later on, also like yesterday, just appoint one of the, I will say, speaker leader, to share with me, what do you think? Maybe I will be surprised, think that you're very innovative. I may not think of. Then I will think, wow, how come for the past 30 years, I never use this to attract the talents, right? Especially there are so some youngster here, you have your way, how you want to attract, okay, when you do your recruitment and talent acquisition. So Janice, you assign them, okay? So I no need to stop my sharing, right? You just assign them to the pickup room, okay?
Okay, so over in our group, we were talking about considering the hierarchy of needs for the talents that we are attracting, and also considering the what's that called, the demographic of the age group that we are attracting in terms of talent. So for the younger ones, we are considering of these robust social media to the younger generation. So I think a lot of the youngsters, they will be going into like Facebook, Twitters, whatsoever, to look up, to check out in terms of how the company is what is the company doing? Is the company a fun place to work in? Even like Glassdoor, all these, they are going into this kind of social media to see some of the feedback, to see some of the so-called the messages inside this kind of social media. So if let's say the company has got a very robust kind of social media platform, then probably you can attract a little bit more from this group of youngsters. And then, of course, in terms of the competitive pay package comparing to the market, the industry, and as well as, probably the youngsters, in a way that nowadays the graduates pay are already at a certain level already. And then the employees value proposition in terms of where they, what kind of things they want to experience, and then what kind of things they can experience in the organization. Then market corporate culture or environment. So thinking of like, everybody know that Google Office, in terms of like, they look forward to join Google, even for like some of the companies like in Singapore, for Lazada, whatsoever, they look forward in joining this kind of company because of the culture, of the publicized culture, that the office is very, very very in, very trendy, and it's very open and very they are not really going to work kind, but more of like, very casual. So in terms of the market corporate culture or the environment, to market them, not the market, to market the company's corporate culture. Okay, and then a structured training, because some of the when there's I think there's an article in terms of the survey that was I think probably a couple of years back. The survey, one of the surveys said that nowadays youngsters also look at whether the company has provide enough trainings, because they are still new to the industry, new to the social working environment. So they are looking at this kind of whether they have training. So just now we have somebody who said that probably, in terms of like to have unlimited virtual trainings for them would be good, because anytime, anywhere they can actually access, and then it's unlimited. Okay, and benefits for talent such as corporate offers or rates. For example, like, if I am the staff of ABC company has got a corporate rate tied up with certain retail, or tied up with certain companies, or let's say any corporate offers, like, if you are a staff, then you have a corporate offer in terms of discount offer or whatsoever, or a placement advantage in a school or whatsoever. Okay, to market the employee welfare hybrid. So during interviews or whatsoever, they can actually market in terms of employees welfare, what kind of welfare we have, whether the environment is a hybrid environment, whether the health coverage covers them, cover the company, cover the family, or let's say cover things that they wish that they could be covered. Okay, and then to promote the company's vision and missions of the company. So some of the visions and mission probably just in tie with what, or align with what the candidate wanted. Okay, known job security and stability. So I think all in all, most of them, in terms of one of the needs, will be job security and stability. Yeah, given they at least they know that, okay, I'm stable here, I won't get retrenched anytime, anywhere. Yeah, so a kind of like job security. Okay, and lastly, in terms of the known growth potential and opportunities, if I'm in this company, where do I see my career path, where's my growth, where's my potential, am I eligible to be posted overseas as one of my job experience, am I given that kind of the opportunities to learn, etc. Yeah, that's all. Thank you.
It's a very insightful for Adeline Group to share. Thank you so much. And obviously, I do agree in most of them, because some, of course, not new, but over the years, I think some company have already forgotten, or maybe because of budget constraint. So like, for example, you're talking about the promotion rate, all this thing. In fact, during the 80s, when I with a production house, right, they also tie up with a lot of vendor, whatever. So the vendor will give actually discount to the staff. Let's say when they go to cinema, they have a special rate, even some boutiques or all these shops, right? Or you are the Sunsui staff, okay, you will have 20%. So the staff with that time during my 20s, then you feel very proud. Wow, such a good company. You see so many company offer things for us, and like so many people know about your company, you know, that kind of thing. I fully agree. And then also talking about working environment, very important, especially for the youngster now. After years study, their uni even study from home. That's why work from home for them is become the in thing, okay? They lazy, you know, or you travel, especially work in KL, you know, so jam, all this thing, you know. So they will ask for flexi hour, hybrid. But of course, having hybrid and flexi hours, the more your performance structure system has to be there. Otherwise, it's very hard to measure them, right? Project basis is easy because you're talking anything, whatever. But like the day-to-day job, those 9 to 5 job, how are you going to measure them? You work from home. So this is also another challenge for the HR and the company, or even the HOD, you know, how they want to make the performance, the output, you know, being measurable and structured. And then environment, very important. Even I know lately, some even small company, right? Or they do have the fridge there, I mean the pantry, very, how to say, interesting, you know. Of course, cannot be big company, sometimes also expenses. They will allow even my nephew just come out, you know, the first job after he graduate IT, and then they make sure that you go early so you won't be late, all right? If you want to have breakfast 9 o'clock, well, maybe 8 o'clock you'll be there already, over the coffee or over the bread, whatever things, right? So the colleagues also can mingle around, bonding. I think very good. If let's say the company can come up more few thousand, what is a few thousand? You can retain staff, make the staff morning. Usually people are more innovative. You can think, right? And then like employee value proposition, all this also the in thing now. Obviously, I think just now in one of the group, I hear somebody, yes, salary is of course the in thing. Nobody will work charity, but then salary cannot hold a person long. Means it's a very short term of staff retention. Though we are talking about staff attraction now. Thank you so much. Now, can we have group 1? Okay.
I will be doing the sharing. So we did not have, we just do some wordings here. So first one will be the job portal or the social media that to reach out to all those candidates, like LinkedIn, Instagram, Facebook. And then this next one, it will be staff benefits that offered by the organization, such as flexi working hours, personal development, then competitive salary, investing in staff education growth. Some like Aubrey mentioned that his previous company actually will like invest in their staff if they want to go for master level of studies. They will like provide 100% of investment into their staff there. And then the third one will be good job description. This is the first one that will actually attract a candidate to apply into this organization. The fourth one will be CSR activities. Shanti, can you help me to explain on this CSR activities that you mentioned just now?
One of the things I think in the last 5 years, the phenomenon is that the younger generation, they want to be associated with organizations or companies that are making an effort, say with the environment or giving back to the community. They want to be proud of their organization. So, you know, I guess this goes with the branding. We need to shout about the branding of the company to attract a particular group of people. Okay, Shireen.
Okay, Shanti. Next will be like employee ambassador. Some of the company will have like referral program. And then from Aubrey, previously he got mentioned that his company can even go up to 2,000 for this referral program if their internal staff actually bring in their friends or maybe ex-colleague to this company. Then working environment also is important. The office facilities, like company working environment that the places that you are sitting, whether all the facilities is it sufficient or not, and then do have some pantry items provided to the staff. Next will be the interview session. Most important is the first impression on the interview session. And then onboarding orientation will be given when they first join, or also sharing some career progression and also career development, that such as when they come in, how many years they are working here and they are able to be promoted. At least they know what they are looking in this while they are working in this organization. And internal staff changes, like let's say from Shanti's company, they need to advertise any position internal first before they advertise it external. So they are actually giving they are growing their current staff first before bringing in external person to replace the position is open, is vacant. Number 9 will be internship program, and also collaboration with university and college can be together. This like after they come in, join as internship, then they are able to join as a full-timer. And then for number 10 will be the company branding also. And number 11 will be the target market of the retail. Who's the target market customer? Then this is a strategy of the recruitment. Let's say like Shanti mentioned is Lovisa. Lovisa is jewelry, like selling necklace, everything. Is their target market is young women, young ladies, young girls. So she mentioned that in the shop itself is mostly fresh graduate, or maybe like after SPM, they are waiting their result. Those are their staff that is working in the Lovisa shop itself. Yeah, I think that's all from our side.
Shireen, very, very good. Actually, two groups also been shared very well, very insightful, and really I can see put effort. I really actually very impressed. Okay, I want to add on Shireen one. Luckily, I have make a snapshots here so that I can put, because some of the thing is not really share under the group 2 here. Okay, what do you understand onboarding and orientation for the HR personnel here?
Can I?
Yes, Shanti. Yeah. Any different onboarding and orientation?
Onboarding from I start with the orientation. Orientation, they already sudah masuk. They already started on their first day. So some companies do orientation 1 week. Some of them got 3 months. So you take the new hire through your company internal processes, that matters to the employee, how to apply leave. You show them systems, you give them a bit of background where they're gonna work and all that. But onboarding for me actually starts from the time the potential candidate sees your recruitment advert in social media or in by word of mouth. That is for me is the start of onboarding, from the time they see the advert. So our adverts need to be compelling enough or interesting enough for them to say, hey, I want to find out a bit more about this company. So they go to the website or they go to social media, then they apply. Then the person that when they apply and that person connects with my recruitment team or talent acquisition team, the experience must be good. The person that they connect with must be able to talk about your company, must be able to talk about the position. And then go through the interview success. The interview process must be nicely done. And if the person is not successful for whatever reason, the rejection must be properly done as well so that they leave with a good experience. Then if they are successful, they come into the company, the onboarding, you know, the administration bit, documents lah, all that. So for me, that's the difference.
Yeah, thank you so much. Really, Shanti have really shared most of it, the different, because I think some of the people here, they cannot differentiate onboarding and orientation. Orientation, you know, maybe is the more conventional one. Those days, okay, first day you come, you know, like you say, explain about a company or every department or even subunit function, or maybe bring them around, you know, like in the university, and then you bring them to the HOD, then HOD will introduce their staff, what's the job function. Onboarding, particularly to overseas posting, you know, those regional role, overseas posting, high position. In fact, 3 months before you join the company, on and off, they will call you in, you know, maybe they will involve you in not some PNC meeting or what. They actually is engaging you already before even you join them for the orientation. Shanti, thank you so much for your very insightful explanation to the rest of them, you know, so that they have very clear things about onboarding and orientation. And I like that also one thing this group have mentioned about the internal. Yeah, because talking about talent management development, you know, we talk about also deployment that day, right? First thing we have to think of internal staff. Sometimes they may be interested to take over the position. So we think out inside first before we, you know, go and think outside. And then internship is nothing different, but I want to share with here is sometimes, especially those days, some company not very professional. When they take the intern, actually it's like a cheap labor, you know, paying 500. Some bank quite good, maybe can pay up to 1,002. Getting them follow setting lah, do record all these things. So whatever department they put in, actually they don't really let people learn, you know. This one also will jeopardize your company branding. And obviously CSR also the in thing now, right? Because through the CSR, whoever want to join you or the existing staff, they find that, oh, this is a very caring company, right? I want to work with, you know, even outsider, they also care. How about myself being a team member? Okay, overall, very, very good, very, very impressive, okay? So we continue. Okay, so then you can see that's a magnet here, right? There's a many way, you know, you attract your talent differently. Okay, reflection, right? Just how you have done. What is your organization doing strategically to attract, develop, and retain talent? Just now we're talking about. Hello.
Share your file.
Sorry. I think I didn't wait. Okay, sorry. Just forgot to wait. Okay, now can see. Okay, so just now everyone can see.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Just now we mentioned about how you attract this talent, you know, people to join you, you know, onboarding, some group orientation, all this thing. And then yet the next one we're talking about develop and retain, right? Develop, retain also in the first slide when I show you about the talent management development is the next step that, you know, how we should do. And yeah, beside this talent pool, I also mentioned if you can capture earlier on, we have staff still ask us, if I'm not in talent pool, so am I not talented? Am I not being like having a career path in this company? So they will feel actually very demoted. That's why when the company launching about this talent pool, this talent management program, you have to be very careful, because if out of 1,000 staff, only 50 have been chosen, the rest of them, you have to send a very strong signal, positive signal to them. Hey, you may not be in the talent pool for this first 2-3 years, but you may not know next you will be the selected one, right? To replace the critical position at least. And also, even day-to-day one, your HOD or your company or your HR, they also have to play a role. That's why the second question here, you can see what I put here. What are your leaders doing daily to engage and retain talent. Okay, so this one also I also give today actually a lot of exercise I want you to do. Then only I can really go deep into why succession committee planning committee need to form, you know, how you do your selections, you know, what are the development program, because I want to see what is your in mind first. So today will be have more practical work, and trainees, we need to break them up again. So now they have to do the two-step here. One is if your company have a talent pool, right? How you develop and retain your talent, okay? The other one, day-to-day one, if your HOD, immediate boss, whatever, even for the very little things, maybe people can't really see, or people don't think it's important, irrelevant, but actually this little thing, it count. Like the Malay say what, sikit-sikit jadi bukit, right? One day, you know, that kind of thing. So there are two things you have to answer here. As a HOD, okay, even the HR, you also manage a team, right? The day-to-day one, you know, how you do the little thing, you engage and retain your subordinate. The other one is, as the bigger picture, more helicopter view. If you are the one who is running the talent pool, how you will develop and retain your talent. Okay, I will give you another 20 minutes. Okay, 20 minutes enough, right? Just to share your thoughts and view. 20 minutes enough or not? Hello?
Enough.
Okay, enough. Thank you. So then after that, we will present, and then maybe we will have an early lunch, and then come back. We go really deep into the succession planning committee, the 9 grid box, you know, how you do selection, blah, blah, blah. And then about what are the development program or the things that, you know, we can do. And then what are the maybe the forms you should have, you know, when you want to do assessment, because some company, they may not want to spend a lot getting engaged the third party, the outsider, right? Because there's some money you have to assess the learning agility, you know, the personality, all this thing. But in a very small way also, you can do something, okay? But before you do something, of course, you need to know. Otherwise, you know, it's just like doing for the sake of filling up a form, okay? Janice, break them up. I give them another 20 minutes.
20 minutes, okay. So
yeah, so 11:30 lah. I make
11:30 we'll end the discussions, okay?
Yes, yeah, then they present. Thank you. Okay. Okay, so this round, room 1, who is the person want to share? The spokeswoman or the spokesman? Room 1. Do you have things to share, or you just speak up, or what? But it's good to have the point form easy for the rest of the people understand what you're talking about. So who is the representative for room 1?
Hey, can you see my screen?
Can.
Aubrey is presenting.
Okay, right. So good morning, everyone. So this is what our team has discussed and come up with about, you know, what our organization is doing strategically to attract, develop, and retain talents. So the first one is that quite interesting one. We introduced breakfast, formal and informal meetings to create the staff bonding. In my previous organization, I remember that it's not just breakfast, but there'll be a tea time as well. You know, every day. During the evening, the cleaner will actually, you know, get a trolley with the drinks and kuih muih, you know, to serve every single staff. So that is it's a small gesture, but I think the staff really appreciate it. And next, we have a team bonding, team building and bonding and engagement sessions. Okay. What we did, I mean, in my previous organization, I had this, we went to the escape room. So, people from different departments will be mixed together so that we can create those bondings. Yeah. And more empowerment to allow them to voice out opinions, use their skills and talents. And some organization people are just afraid of voicing out their concern and what they how to say, they are not brave enough to speak out to their supervisor or manager whenever they have a problem. So I think empowerment is really important in this case. Create other channels where employees may be able to speak out. And one of the good idea would be like creating a Dropbox where people employees are able to write their concern, things like that, as anonymous, and then put it in the box, and HR or the admin will be collecting the notes on a weekly or monthly basis. Yeah. And the next one will be periodic face-to-face evaluation to show that we are concerned about them and their career path, and allow them to have a platform to speak their mind. All right. And moving on will be providing quality and understanding leadership, management, and supervision. Shares options for long service performing staff, reward performing staff, such as recognition, and let them feel appreciated. And retention bonus for specific staff which company would like to retain. Or this also could be used if you have high attrition in your company. For example, companies in Johor might feel more of the effect because they're too close to Singapore, right? So retention could be a real problem, a real headache over there. So it's not easy to attract talent at that location. So by offering retention bonus is one of the way to retain your staff. Yeah. And next one would be long service award. Recognize the loyalty of the staff. I think this is quite common in many companies, but it's just that whether the gift is make people feel so appreciated or not, that is another story. Some companies give gold, some company gives a Rolex watch, and so on. Some give vouchers, some give money, some just certificate. So yeah, it depends on the company's budget as well. And moving on will be mentoring program to ensure that no staff feel left out or lost along the way. At the same time, it's also a way to develop the mentor to the next level, such as a supervisor or manager. And continuous training, of course, continuous training could be like, including you sponsor them, ACCA, MIA, and those like, for example, with a professional cert, for example, like COSAC, they need to achieve the CPD hours on the yearly basis. This is one of the way company can sponsor them as well, for them to go. Yeah. And also, what do you call that? As I mentioned in the previous group as well, if they have the intention to enroll for master or some professional set, the company can consider sponsoring them as well. Yeah. And the last one will be organize interest clubs after work activities together. This will be very nice, I think, to create the bonding among the staff, because sometimes work can be very stressed, but after work, you can, the people can go for movies or a dinner, a nice dinner together, or during the weekend to play, swimming or golf or anything. I think that would be nice. So that's all.
Okay, don't stop sharing first. I want to add on here, at least other people still, if they want to snap, they can snap. Very insightful, interesting sharing here. So I want to add on here, like you say, some of the things some company have done. I'm just wondering if any of you here, the company have covered all these things here. Right. I think somehow rather there are some, if any company can cover this 12 box here, it will be wonderful. Okay. So I think breakfast informal meeting, this one very good. Sometimes like I think I heard from Kelvin, right? Company don't provide a budget. For your information, you can do it in a very small way. For my HR, I used to actually, because we got the induction cooker, also got the pressure cooker, I boil the tong soy, and sometimes soup, so of course it's a halal one because my department, half of them, they are the Malay. And sometimes, every month, at least I think I will come out about 150, I put myself my own budget, maybe sometime on Thursday, our campus, I say, you buy one drink, the second drink is $1 like that, okay? For something, then particularly my L and OD, because very drain job, they have to plan a lot of things. Boss, so today Thursday already, I can belanja, tea life, whatever. I just give them money, right? A little bit bonding. Team building, I would suggest team building is good sometime, and you find your department have some various differences. You actually can do it in your own way also, right? Informally, that means no need to wait for HR. My company, I then do give some budget, like departmental budget. If you, those good days, right, they will allocate some money, you can claim. Even over a lunch, whatever, you can do some team building also, or some outing. Okay, but on the other hand, if this department cannot work with the other department, perhaps you can also tell with HR, okay, the team building can do in many ways, formally and informally, and getting outsider to help. But most of the time, my L&OD team, we will do it ourselves. We find that we want to take the ownership. I think it's more effective. Yeah, and I like the word empowerment. Most of the time, right, when we don't give them empowerment, stuff they not speak out, maybe they will penalize, they will be marked, have a red mark and all this thing. So people dare not give idea. That's why empowerment very important. Let them speak out. As I, from day one, I say, even during this discussion, there's no such thing stupid question or stupid answer, right? We speak out only, we will know what is in their mind, and we will correct it. Or even sometimes we will get something from them also. Yeah, face-to-face, now I know a lot of people talking about online, whatever. I personally, maybe I'm from the old school of thoughts. I find face-to-face very important, personal touch, to speak to them, don't wait for, like Shanti say, once a year you do appraisal, because appraisal actually you can do it in a very informal way. Make sure that, they know that you concern, about them, you care whether they can do their job, or even some of the stuff they will share some their family issue with me, sometimes also depends on your bonding, of course, sometimes you can give them advice, but sometimes a ear to listen or a shoulder to cry on also mean a lot to them, right? No doubt you may not be physically, help them, but emotionally and mentally you help them. It's really work also. Actually, the HOD play a important part over here, though of course the organization culture is very important. And I see here retention bonus. Some companies do that. Actually, retention bonus, sometimes you want to give 3 months, but just break it, so that they will make sure that you will look forward to the next one, means maybe 2 months. But if the company give very less, if 1 month, how to break into 2, right? Sometimes also have to see the capacity, whether you can pay or not, all right? And then recognitions like long service award, like best employee. But for best employee, I may have a second thought, sometimes for doing that or overly doing, there will be some backfire. You think these 3 are the only best performance or whatever. So we also can reward in the different way. Perhaps you can make it more specific. Every month, you may give a few vouchers for the people doing the extra, not only for their department or their business unit. I think yesterday, someone told me, yeah, we are on the project management, but we always help other people do project. These are the things that maybe company can reward them in a small way, right? Okay, because you're doing extra, not under your supervision or your project, right? So you can give them, these are the extra thing, okay? I think of. And of course, mentoring program, very important, right? People always thank their mentor, oh, thank you, because, that I can grow to today, this thing. Yeah, continuous training, I would have said the learning and growth, continuous learning, because it's a lifelong learning. Sometimes learning can be informal. You don't wait for the company to send you. You can have self-directed learning in the sense that you go to other departments. Sometimes people will let you know. I'm sharing you experience for my first job, right? I started as a PA even before I come into HR. I used to do things, try to also actually quite eager to know many things, right? I will go to my first company, by the way, is a logistic company, Emery Worldwide, US-based own. So you try to learn from others, because product knowledge also very important, okay? So that you will be more confident when people ask you, you cannot tell people, no, I'm in the finance HR, I actually don't really know our product, that kind of thing. That one will make you become somebody. And I always, at the high side, I always really inspired by those HR really knowing the business of their company. Then only you will know what kind of people you need, what is the market trend now, or this thing. It will really help you in your HR career. And organized interest club, sport club, I do work with, out of my career life, 5 companies, I do have 3 companies. 1-to-1 means we pay $10, company will pay out $10. It roll out very big, even can go for the overseas trip. Okay, thank you so much, okay, for this sharing from group 1. Now, can we have the group 2?
Shall I present?
Yeah, you're welcome, Shanti. You're very good, very enthusiastic, okay?
Hang on.
Okay. Today I feel very good. Everyone really involved and participate, maybe already warm up. So I can see out of the 6 picture that I showed this morning, everyone is having a light on top of their head. Very good. Very good.
Can see, right?
Yes.
Okay. Just high level, a lot of the things I think was presented by the first group.
Okay.
But in a snapshot from our discussions to attract, develop, retain, I think we need to hear what people say, because if you don't hear what your employees are trying to tell you, you will lose it's like a complaint, so even if employees give, ESS is employee satisfaction survey. So it's important to have something like this on small scale or big scale, but so that you hear people telling you what they want, what they don't want, especially bigger companies. You're going to have employees from all different age group, and all the different age group have got different needs. So, it's a matter of seeing how to do the best for our people. I think it was Cindy who brought up that for new people, so that we can retain and develop them, we need to provide buddies in the organization. I guess whether it's a formal mentor-mentee program or informal, but for the new people, provide them a senior person in terms of tenure or in the same department, so that they can informally monitor and offer a helping hand if possible. Number 3 is my own company. We think about care compensation and career. That means when I talk about care, we need to know who you are working with. So if I am HOD, I need to know who in my department. I think Lilaine, you mentioned this, a shoulder to cry on, or to just know, hey, this person, how many children, where's the husband working, you know, is she caring for an older family member, things like that, or is she studying part-time, so that you know your people. Because if you don't know your people, you won't be able to understand why sometimes things are late or why they need extra time. It's just caring about a person, and so that you are, as HOD, you are able to manage the person accordingly. Compensation involves everything. You need to pay competitively. There's no need to pay too high unless you are the Googles of the world, or Facebook or Microsoft. Then yes, you can position yourself at the high level. But if you are not, if we are paying fairly what industry, and you are able to attract the good people, then it's okay. But compensation also involves benefits. So fair benefits that will make your employee's life better. Career is looking after, once someone joins you, I'm not saying that the employer is fully responsible for the employee's career, but HODs need to understand that, okay, Shireen is doing the job now, but what can I offer Shireen in 2 years or in 18 months? And so that I can retain Shireen, because I like her attitude, I like her work now, but what can I offer her in the next 2 years? So career is connected to number 6, clear career path. In some companies, we are able to provide that. In my company, we are able to provide that because everyone comes in, the majority of people that we recruit comes in at a lower level, and we are able to give them, if you are good, you can go to this, you can go to that. Moving up the pyramid. And then number 7 is, while you can publish a clear career path for a certain, say in finance or in customer service or in technical, while you can show them that there's a career path, you must also help them with the necessary training. Where I say training because that's the shorter term training. I say education because maybe help them get a master's degree or get a professional certification. So I go back to number 5. Our group was very strong in saying that team building activities was very important. You know, the family days, the going out together, guided under team building was very important, because it stops office politics. People know you, people want to work with, and it fosters the notion that people want to work together. Number 4, I'm unsure about this, but our group also brought up that the younger workforce looks to the employer to providing fun activities. So it's not enough that we provide, as in number 3, we also need to provide fun activities. Then I jump to number 8, clear guidelines for rewards and bonus. And it's linked to my point number 9, communication. I think employers today need to constantly communicate to the employees. Especially public listed companies, nothing can hide lah, because if you are not making a profit, it's out there in the public domain. If you're making a profit, it's out there. You didn't meet targets before, it's out there. I think employees will be able to build loyalty and stay with you and will be willing to work for you if they feel that they can trust the employer, that the employer is telling them the truth. Okay, that's it. Unless my team needs to add anything.
Thanks, Shanti.
Anything to add on you have? If not, I think overall two group also very good. You really explain, have a very better insight. Yeah, I want to add on what Shanti have presented, particularly maybe maybe Kelvin not agree with me, CFO here. Yeah, if the company don't make money, how? You still have to foot out the thing. You see, when good time, company maybe will portion out some money only to share with the staff. But when bad time, actually, especially those really put in effort, in fact, they feel very sad already. So company must do in a small way, if not costing too much, right? That's my personal view as a HR. And then you just not full stop. Okay, company not make money, no increment, no bonus this year. Actually, is quite a negative impact to the staff. Means for all the while, maybe the last 9 years you're doing very well, right? This year, you didn't really give them all this thing, they feel very bad. But again, of course, there's an argument, debates from the top management. Wow, this stuff no good. 9 years we have been paying them. 1 year never pay them, show me face now, not doing properly. You must know, right? In all folks of life, right? Chinese even say, one type, how to say, one type of rice, the Cantonese used to say, but there are 100 people are taking the rice, they will taste it differently. Same thing, perception. Maybe you can do in a small way, like I say, team building, team building because you get together, give them makan, small gift. So let them feel that besides just monetary, that they can receive physically, individually, there are other things also keep them happy, like just now Audrey have shared. Those other things also, it won't cost you a lot of money, but you need to make them feel good, motivated, so that they will continue to strive for the betterment of the company. If 1 year not do well, there's so many things cut. Okay, we start to cut no department budget, for makan monthly, we don't have this and that, so instead of company don't doing well, not really drastically, and you make people feel that, I better leave this company. Is it this company cannot survive, right? Sometimes you may not aware, especially sorry to say, the top management, right? Because they see things differently. Of course, nice to say, oh, I'm a helicopter view, but only helicopter view is not good enough. You also must see the down there, why people feel this way, right? So don't jeopardize for the 9 years you've been doing well for the staff. Suddenly 1 year you jeopardize. So for whatever good thing you have done, so some of the employee will forgotten. Obviously, also there will be a matured group think that, yeah, never mind, 9 years company also treating us well, only 1 year, right? But not everyone will.
I think,
yeah.
I think that I think end of the day, right, is the communication from the top to the staff, right? I will believe that every senior management should have a chat, to brief the staff on the situation of the company, right? I mean, yes, when the time is good, everybody's all good together, right?
Yeah.
When the time is bad, everybody has to share the burden of trying to keep the company going.
Yeah, I agree with you, Kelvin.
Yeah, you look at the last 2 years during the pandemic, a lot of companies had actually have got went through very severe disruption to their business. But there are companies, there are staff that actually continue with the company, you know, going through the hard time and all that while waiting for the good time. I think is the message from the senior management to their downlines, to their managers and their managers to the executives and all that is very important. That, hey, you know, the company, when they're doing well, we have always rewarded you all, right? But now the company is in a situation where we are having some challenges and all that. So, you know, I'm sure the staff will understand if they are loyal and if they feel that, oh, you know, just because of 1 year there and I want to go, right? Then this type of staff is not worth keeping, you know, for me, in my opinion, because this is a type where, you know, if the boat is sinking, you're not helping to scoop out the water, you're jumping off the boat and swimming off ready to another boat. So then you talk about loyalty and commitment to the company who has been treating you well for the last, when the times are good, you know. So communication, you know, to let the staff understand rather than thinking that, oh, you know, you don't get it, you know, right?
Okay, Kevin, thank you for sharing. But on the other side of it, I also would like to give you some feedback. This maybe apply to us, a baby boomer, the generation X and Y. But the generation C, the millennium, they won't think this way, okay? See, I don't want to mention some company. Sometimes when you do very well, in 1 year, maybe you don't reach your target. Doesn't mean that you do well, you don't make a loss, but you have drastic, you're right, the right word, you don't communicate well, and then you assume, you know, the top management, not even senior, the top, maybe the 1 or 2% or the owner. Okay, pandemic coming, you see, you all never work for 2 weeks already when started into okay, HR, ask them, you know, must cut annually for 6 days, you know, and then want them to cut their pay, or 5,000 and above want to cut 30%, so on, so on. But I think everything, like Kevin said, you need to explain to them why we have to do that, because we have to save for rainy season. And then the nice gesture is ask for volunteer first before you do the top-down thing, the compliant. That's why your approach, your communication is very important. Sometimes it may not have a great impact. Chinese say "mo xiong gong" a few days, but then the way you approach, you know, people feel very negative about it. Wow, why like that company? You know, I work overtime also. Saturday come back, Sunday come back, I don't give. Then suddenly this thing come, right? Whatever you need to implement, you need to communicate effectively, make them understand, and then you gradually, don't drastically in 1 month you implement few things together, right? And cut everything, don't have. I think we should have to have this, because when the good time come, right, you will never get a staff. I hear a lot of my friends, you know, some of my HR associate, particularly in the retail line, they cannot get staff. Even very good compound, they cannot get staff. So compound is important, but now I think it's not the number one already. The working environment, the value, and then they look at the company, how they treat the staff, right? Even maybe you will pay more, another 200-300 than the other shop. People will have a more holistic approach, you know, to think of things whether they want to join and then they want to retain in a company. Like for the little thing like Cindy share and we do encounter, yeah, Tolero know already why these people, sometimes this kind of attitude, you know, the company really there and there, you know, over a coffee, as I say, lunch or something, a tea break, informally have to mention. Some people maybe they are not that I would say either use the word caring type and very concerned, you know, type. They may not aware. Sometimes it's not that they don't want to do it. And of course, for the younger generation, one word I can define, very lazy. I can see the young generation, even at the family capacity, right? You see all these teenagers, everything, you know, they expect their parents to do for them, right? I believe this thing also may happen in your family, right? So I think that's why start young. Sometimes I was just jokingly, don't blame the company, maybe blame their family, you know, the upbringing, all this thing. Okay, thank you so much for the sharing for these two exercise. Now we will continue for another maybe 50 minutes. Then what is the time now? Okay, we will continue for another 15 to 20 minutes. And then we will have a longer lunch break today because I want you to digest all these things because later on we will be sharing more technical things. Okay, this morning, yes, Janice?
It seems like everyone's here, Kelvin also here. Can we like have a group photo first? Because we need to
Yes,
submit the pictures
just
to
now.
each other.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I also forget to remind you. Yes, since
Yeah.
everybody here, yeah.
You don't mind just turn on your
Can you turn
camera?
off your camera because this is for your HRDF claim as well, somehow. Yeah. Turn out with your beautiful face.
Please can see everybody's faces.
Still very minor. Aubrey.
Hang on, yeah.
How about the rest? Maybe some of them using handphone, what I don't know, but better lah, because particularly for official thing, it's good to, I know webinar, yeah, you yes or no, but this is really for learning. I think better for you to turn up, and then easy for trainees also.
Hey, wait, we wait for one.
Particularly for those claiming from the HRDF, and they will check one,
Yeah, we need to submit this to HRDF. Yeah, wait, are we waiting for Hasri to change? Sorry. Okay.
Well, I noticed there are 4 chair here. Is there one family, is it? So, Dennis,
wait,
who is not here yet?
We're waiting for Hasri to remove the timer. Oh, now we have to remove the timer.
Okay, Hasri. Okay, we are waiting for you.
Okay, ready. Let's have 1, 2, 3. Okay, we have another one. H2, okay. 1, 2, 3. Can we have last one like freeze out? Everyone ready? 1, 2, 3, cheese. Okay, thank you.
Okay, let's
continue our training, okay?
Okay. Who is so excited? Must be the skill Johor people. Okay, I think we have run through the. Everybody can see the slide, right? Right now. Okay, we have run through actually the conventional roadmap of talent management just now, right? The attract, the develop, the retain, and then engage, all this thing. Okay, now I have the question for you. Okay, even you can see, wow, very hard to choose. This picture already tell you, okay, maybe this department, they have chosen this one. Okay, so okay, you are the chosen one, out of so many for so many reasons. We not say debates, we have a discussions over here. If you agree that high performer is more important than the high potential, you type 1. If you agree with high performer, you type 1. If you agree with high potential, you type 2. Okay, let me see what you think. Okay, there's no right or wrong. That's your preference. As a head, as a company leader, whatever, I will prefer high performer. Then the other one say, no, I will prefer high potential. Okay, because this will link to later on after lunch, we have the night report, we will talk about it. Kelvin think high performer more important. Gonza, both. So you stand in the middle, right? Shanti, yeah, really a HR person. 2. Chui Chin 1. Okay. Let me have a representative. Since so many type 1 means they prefer high performer to work with them. Can I have a representative to speak up? Why you think high performer more important than high potential? As I say, there's no right or wrong. I want you to justify why you think high performer is more important. If you have a subordinate or if you run a company, you prefer more high performer. Kelvin, if you don't mind, can I have you? Since the rest so shine.
I think it actually is both is important. It depends on what you want them to do, right? Because for my level, I'm looking at people who are my downliner, right? So my downline has to be of certain experience and skills already, right?
Yeah.
So of course I would prefer that, if I'm going to have my vice president or senior managers and all that under me, they are at a level where they are already they need to be a performer already. Potential, I would say that, okay, fine, you are potential maybe at the lower level, maybe for AM or executive or whatever, where the company can actually grow you, right? And slowly you can move up the corporate ladder in the company. Then high potential is important. So for different level, the level under me will be my focus will be on high performance. For people that is lower than below them, I will say that it will be the importance will be to high potential, right? But high potential will also, when you have high potential, it's already that you're a performer anyway, right? Unless you're not performing at all, then I say that. Then our question: what potential do I see in you if you're not performing in what you're doing now, right? So are you saying that you haven't reached puberty, that you haven't grown yet, or something like that? Then is kind of difficult to judge that way, So high potential will be somebody that is already performing, that I can see that he can go to the next level, right? So still, to me, it's still high performer.
Okay, Kelvin, thank you for your very insightful sharing. But for the high potential one, I will say I agree or disagree with you, okay? Not necessarily high potential must be high performer. Later in the night report, we will see. Sometimes you see some people, they have the potential, but company cannot discover them on certain thing. So, and because of the current job they do, they may be an average performer, maybe the job not suitable for them, right? But only when you discover their potential in other things, then they only can become a high performer, okay? But as I say, there's depends on the situational, right? How we look at the thing. Thank you so much for your sharing. On the not contrast, because in your same company, right, SciComm, you have your Shanti is choose high potential. And let us hear, one the figure person and then one the people person. So Shanti, what do you say? Okay, Kelvin have already make his, not stand, make his
point.
Yeah, point very clearly, and I do agree to him to a certain extent. Yeah, when we at the high level, right? Okay, so how about yourself?
Okay, I understand where Kelvin is coming from, because I'm also a HOD, Senior Vice President. Okay, so I need my high performing managers, my direct reports. Otherwise, the work will not be cascaded down. I will not meet my targets. Okay, but why I choose high potential is because in some cases, a high performer may not be able to sustain taking on job enrichment, job enlargement in a company. Whereas the high potential may be able to do that better than a high performer. That's
Shandi,
one reason.
I just stop you, Shandi, because I spotted out a very good word here. So I am too excited, before I forget to remind the rest if they are not in. Shandi have used a very sharp and heavy word for me, means important also. Not sustainable, okay? Because later we are going to share about talking about succession planning, right? So basically, talking about sustainability, that's why she prefer, okay, no right or wrong, high potential more than high performance. Sorry, Shanti, you can carry on.
Okay. And the other thing that I have learned through experience, no textbook taught me this, through experience, I may be a high performer in my role now, but it does not guarantee that I will, and if you promote me or to do a higher level job, it does not guarantee that I will be a high performer in that new role.
Exactly.
Whereas my high potential, there's a higher potential that that person will be able to cope and be a contributing person in many roles.
Also depends of what Kelvin just now say, right? Also depends on the level, right?
Yes,
But for certain level, you need a high performer. For example, right, salesman, as simple as that.
Just bring in the numbers for salesmen.
So they must be always high performer, but sometimes they can be, the top performer for the last 10 years. Then suddenly you put 10, you want to promote him as a sales manager and ask him to manage 10. Cannot, yeah. So I can see where Kelvin come from also. Sometimes when you have downline, they really very meticulous in their work. But if you have job enrichment for them, or they may not be the one, the chosen one. So that's why I say there's no right or wrong. It depends on the environment, the work at the time, and then what the company want, in terms of this. Okay, we already have a very good sharing from SciComm. How about let me hear from other company, like maybe Chui Chin, maybe Adeline, maybe Aubrey, and other people would wish to, even Lynn would like to share. Lynn also in finance also, right? That you want to share with me what is your view, your thoughts about high performer and high potential. Let us have 2 more people to share their thoughts. Anyone? Anyone would like to share their thoughts? As I say, no right or wrong. Just now we only hear from 2 senior person from one PLC, same company. How about Adeline, Aubrey, Chui Jin, even Gonza, Cindy, or Nick?
Hi, I'm Adeline. Okay, so I didn't make a choice on high performer versus high potential, because I think in the organization definitely we need some high performer to drive the momentum, to drive the whole organization to a greater height. But however, I see high potential as more of a long term, if this person is high potential, so potentially the person will have there's a higher possibility of excelling in terms to become a high performer.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a very good explanation. One line have summarized thing, potentiality to become a high performer. Yeah. Actually, I'm not asking you all to choose, because there's no such thing here, right or wrong. It's just the preference. But your explanation very good in a very simple one line. Okay, thank you, Adeline. Can I have one more person to share with me? Because I want to see from the different industry, different maybe background, even HR themselves, they will have a different thoughts. Anyone more want to share with me? What is your view about high performer and high potential?
Hi, this is Nate.
Okay, Nate, yes.
My point, I'm seeing this is very simple thought. High potential people always can be a high performer. The high performer people sometimes can't reach the high potential, but always a high potential people can be a high performer.
Okay. Later on, when we come to the night report, you will know why I keep on asking about this first before we go to the details. I have a reason, right? And some maybe, and very good, you are the high performer, you're also a high potential, right? You are a very special group. And most the company will put this category of people in the talent pool. But again, whether you can has the sustainability again and see how you monitor this group of people, okay? I also have mentioned that just now, not every company, particularly only PLC means public listed company, just in case people do not know, sometimes I use some jargon. Even small company you don't have, but you can do it informal way. Maybe you also keep an eye on few people, which is that you think is the future successor, whatever. So doesn't mean you must have a structure, but definitely if you know after you have this 2-day program from me, you have an idea, you can also do it informally for your company, you know, how you want to keep track of this group of special people. And succession planning, that's all about, just now Shanti had mentioned about sustainability, right? You know, how to sustain, but definitely there's no one formula or one template, you know, or 1 + 1 = 2, you know, 2 + 2 = 3, you know, so you know, don't have such thing. Okay, now I will show you another 2 more slides before we call for a half-day break, a lunch break. Okay, how do talent and succession relate? Okay, is it all the talent can be fit into I mean in the pipeline of you become a successor, right? Talent potential just now, who are not identified for a critical role yet. Yeah, you think this group of people are potential, right? They can be taking up another role, job enrichment and management. Okay, these are the people, the potential one. Then you have a talent pool on succession planning overview. So because of this pool, you will start to have assessment, training, observation, tests, you know, to know whether they can in 2 to 3 years time succeed in a particular role. Okay, that's where we identify our successor over here. Sometimes the we call the shadowing, you can have maybe 2 or 3 people in one critical role, because sometimes not as planned. Sometimes I do encounter for my last 2 jobs when I have the talent pool, after 3 to 5 years, when you want to, maybe it can be the family issue, not necessarily they don't like the company, they migrating, you know, and because something happened to the family, you know, they have to leave the job, all these things, okay? And also maybe they have a big challenge, attractive challenges outside, become their own boss, right? They may not be want to stay put with you. And why I put here critical roles, because usually if a normal roles, even you don't have internal people, you know, to be deployed to take over the positions, you know, or to be promoted, because vertical and horizontal, right? We mentioned about development. Then this critical role here, you want to specifically like people customize, you know, I want my carpet to be this way, you know, I cannot buy the ready-made one. That's why and then in the market also, you know, that even maybe they good in knowledge, they have the skill, but the attitude or the mindset, you know, you think very hard, because this person with me 10 years already, right? They'll be more to that kind of attitude, the drive, you know, the belief, the value system I want. Is the DNA already run in their blood already. I want this kind of people. If I want to get an outsider, maybe I have to retrain again in terms of make this person, you know, can blend into our value system. Okay, then those people not in the talent pool, right? Sometimes, you know, emergency placement, you know, immediate successors, so we have no choice, then we have to go for the external hiring. That's why talent and succession planning will come in this place, okay? Okay, let us define what is succession planning, even a very long one, so bear with me, I will read and explain to you. It's a process, because we're talking planning, basically it's a process. You actually identify and also not only identify, you also develop the potential, right? The future leaders, right? To can take on, a critical role or individual role, that either short-term and long-term. Yeah, just now we mentioned, means we will have a tactical talent management, and also you have a strategic talent management over here. Long-term, when long-term here, nowadays, because people cannot wait, right? Long-term, maybe we're talking about 5 to 10 years. Short-term, maybe 2 to 3 years, not like those days. Of course, also there's not no more like the Japanese, those say, even Japanese don't do that already. No lifelong career one, right? Doing one job, 50 years, until they really retire. But of course, we do have lifelong learning, right? You have to keep on learning new things, or either self-directed learning by yourself, or structured by the company, so that you can excel in other areas, because nowadays very competitive, right? So it's also a process to minimize your risk, right? Because certain role, you can immediately, as I say, you go and hire from outside, very actually very risky. So that's why we must plan for the future. At least there are few critical roles that you must have somebody in mind, some, especially the family business. You see sometimes when the owner, call off already, you can see there's no successor. That's why you can see some big giant, they even don't want their own family member to take on, right? Don't say wait until the third generation, second generation also cannot survive. I believe in the market, or even in the news you have read out, this thing really a true story. And critical role. So even critical role, you also can put into the 3 category: high risk one, this must have one, and medium risk and low risk. You also actually can identify them like that. Okay, so now we give a wild guess here. When we mean, what do we mean high risk in your own perception? Anybody have your view? What is high risk, and what is medium risk, and what is low risk in your own organization? Maybe you can give some example about
domain expertise.
Yes, yeah. Even not only like CEO or the very top level, even some technical thing, like for example, like in terms, I share in education industry. You see in Malaysia, very funny, maybe they're not paying well, maybe they want flexibility. Definitely in medical school, you have a lot of specialists, right? Then maybe you may have orthopedic, you have a community medicine, surgeon, this and that. Most of the Malaysians, they don't like to teach. Even by the time they're reaching the teaching age, maybe 60, or even that they want to do part-time, because we also cannot afford to pay them well. Maybe they come out to do specialists to get more. These are all the scarce resources. Actually, I import, from I will use the word golden triangle. You don't look at like Yangon, Myanmar like that. They also have a lot of good expert. It's just that the country do not allow them, to come out to share. So a lot of things still like a bit communist. So the intellectual property, they are not able to share. This is what my professor lecturers, they share with me in terms of the medical line, okay? And then medium risk, maybe some of the functional one, right? You can get, but you may not get the best fit, okay? But low risk, though that is not so critical over here, but also we will include them there. Even low risk, sometimes it can be high risk, depends on the market. Okay, Kelvin, thank you for also giving some of your view here. Okay. This will be the last slide we share. Then later on, when we come back, and then we will identify this other thing. Just now I keep on mentioning, right? Critical position at risk identification. How do you identify them? Of course, before you identify them, most of the company, we would like to set up this succession planning committee. And then maybe a majority of you find this is something new to you, but there will be a few one. In fact, usually the the public listed company, MNC, they do have this committee. And then who are those people? And then what is the job? Not sit there signing and say yes or no, agree, not agree, or give money, What is the actual role, in practical? Because a lot of companies, just for the sake putting in their group MD, CEO, COO, CFO, whatever, right? The top people inside, but whether they are playing the role as needed or not, or they leave it to the HR. HR is the secretariat, HR also the catalyst, HR also the orchestra, like playing orchestra, everything. And then who set the criteria, okay, to choose all these people into the talent pool? So that's why you see successor will be identified. First, we identify the position first. Then SPC stand for Succession Planning Committee, Succession Planning Committee. Who consists of who, Also subjective, there's no fast rule on who and who must be inside, or only top management must be inside all this thing. And of course, HR will play a critical role as well over here, to make things happen. Okay, we will, Janice, we will have, because I don't want to carry on because it will be a long one. At least I break from here. Later on, we can, go for all these things. Now it's 12:30, right? Can we come back at 2 o'clock? Is it okay with you? We have a longer break. You may think of this morning what we talked about. And also based on this one, you think about it, succession planning committee, and then what are the critical position at risk, maybe in your company, you think about it first. Then later we will really go into this few subject later on. Okay. Okay, I see you all later at 2 o'clock. Thank you. So I will recap for day one. And we also mentioned about, you know, the framework, right? And then you also share how you attract, you develop, and you retain your people. That's where now we go into the, I think I would have said most exciting, also most complicated later on when we share the 9 grid box. And then we also have a very good sharing from Kelvin and Shanti, even from the same company. Yeah, they're having the mutual goal, but of course, different people will think differently about high performer and high potential. And also, we have Nick tell us actually, yeah, you need to be as a high potential before you become high performer, right? So as I say, there's no right or wrong, depends on the company situations, what they want at the end, you know, the vision, what is the vision? Okay, now we want to talk about critical position at risk. Maybe for a little bit warm up for 5 minutes, maybe try to get 2 or 3 of you to tell me what is your understanding of critical position at risk. I think I have mentioned earlier on, and even Kelvin also has given some example, because I'm asking high risk, moderate, and low risk. Maybe let me understand, particularly actually I'm more interested to know if any one of you in the retail line, because I know now retail line very, very hard to get staff. And then I have one friend doing high-end, I don't know whether you heard of Happy Kiddo, high-end baby product. She has few shops. So now she's having problems with getting a shop assistant, all this thing. But I told her you cannot pay and even advertise the way like other retail line people, because you're selling quite a high-end baby product, the way I look at it. And she's asking whether I want to take on this project with her. I say, hey, hunting, you cannot be hey hunting shop assistant, right? Such a high position, because I do have some hey hunting job on and off, right? So interesting, that's why I was thinking, wow, retail I also need people to go and find people for them, you know, because there's no response. Because everyone, if offer the same, the way, you know, how to say, they project their company, perhaps it's not interesting at all. Because I think you all agree with me for the group 1 and group 2, just now you have been shared, right? So can I have somebody to do not ice breaking after lunch, come back with your super coffee? Anybody want to share with me what is your critical position at risk in your company that you think it may not be right or wrong, you know, that you think in your company? Can I have 1 or 2, you know, to share with me? Because maybe different industry, our critical position at risk will be different. If I have no volunteer, I will call by name. Any volunteer?
The company MD.
Pardon me?
You're saying that the which position?
Yeah, you think is critical position in your company and at risk also?
I think should be the managing director.
Why?
He needs to be oversee the entire operations together with the finance, you know. Of course, every
you think maybe, sorry, I cut you. Is it you think that because you know your company well, you think that your group MD very hard to get a successor to replace him even in 1-2 years time?
Well, I think still come back to the vision and missions lah.
Because when you have chosen him as the position, that critical position at risk, means in a short period of time, not even short, I think 2 years, you know, means nobody can replace him. Maybe based on the product knowledge, based on the management, based on so many things that, you know, people may look up at him as a role model, whatever. That's why you think that internally you don't get anyone to be the successor. even external, you think maybe it's a challenge to find. So that's also can call the critical position at risk.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, yes.
Okay. How about other company? Nick. Nick, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, because your name just down from Cindy, that's why I call you. Okay, yeah. So what will be the critical position at risk in your company that you think of? Not necessarily high position, you know, not necessarily high position, okay? Because I think if you have picked up before lunch, Kelvin did say there's some like specialization, some specialist, professional scar resources I have used, right, in the education, you know, you cannot find, you know, in the market, you know, to do the job.
Basically, in my company, to get staff is very difficult. To be very honest, for even they call it as customer service, but it's normally when people who come for training in my company, less than 2 weeks, they will leave the company. Like I previously told you.
so pathetic, huh?
Yeah, because as I previously tell you, because of this Australian accent language, they will just we have tried a lot on training of into them for them. A lot of training has been provided, but at the end of the day, they said I have a different job, and they'll just leave the place like that. So I have to find another staff, retrain back. It took me 3 years to be to have my team in this company ever since I joined this company.
Wow, very good. You're very patient and persistent. It's good for you also, Nick. Yeah. But,
yes,
but then you are actually first company I hear quite I will use the word uniqueness.
Yes.
Because you're not talking language. Now we're talking about slang, all right? I really learned something from you through this session. Yeah. You know, I know you try to get people feel like home, you know, that's why you even not only knowing the language, even have to know the slang, you know. Yeah, something very, very unique. Okay. How about your colleagues? You have another colleague here, right?
Yes, Vidya.
Vidya, this is what Nick told me. How about yourself?
Yes, actually, previously, I worked here around 1.5 years as a customer service. But at the first, it's very hard for me to learn the language. Actually, whenever they speak the English is very difficult. Actually.
Okay. So now 1.5 years already. So you speak like them, is it?
Yeah, because daily we are speaking with them, so it's like it's used to be. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, just share a little bit. I will say joke or you give me some self-reflections. Before actually I joined the education industry, I was attached with one China-based MNC as their HR regional director for Southeast Asia. And I'm so embarrassed to tell you, basically, I also have a Chinese background, means I also go to Chinese school during secondary, but that's not really, I would have said, my favorite project. Though I can talk, I cannot write, okay? So at that time, 2002, when they call for it, I'm interested in that position because I want the exposure. And then on health product also is one of the things I would like to join. And then slowly, yeah, I speak like them, you know. So always people don't understand why you keep on saying that your Mandarin very poor, but you really speak like them, because I have no choice, right? I remember after 6 months, I went to Beijing, right? I would have said, because even in China, they also speak a different
accent.
Slang, yes, accent. I remember that time actually I bringing the policy maker of this the KSU people, right, in, because they want to see the research center, why they have to give this China-based company 5 years business license. To the extent HR had to do the PR part also, right, bringing people. Oh my God, first time I do the translation, you know, then one side they speak English, blah blah blah, the other side speak Hong Kong, and then I'm a half cook also the Mandarin. only understand 60%, but I sail through. But eventually, once every day, you know, I practice, I speak with them, because they also send down to the regional office, because KL is a regional office, so I can pick up the slang. So I can understand how challenging, you know, particularly in a short period of time, you know, you really need them to, you know, speak their, you know, the slang, or not knowing the language of the slang.
Yeah, exactly. It took 3 to 4 months to me to learn this, even the slang itself. Then like their words are kind different. So after that, yeah, it's like it's used to be for me.
Okay, so now more or less, people have tell us some of the critical position at risk. Can be high level, even can be middle. As long as the market cannot find, internally cannot find, or there's a special skill very hard to nurture. Okay. Okay. We talk so much about talent management development. When you even have two group, you have a better insight based on your own experience and your own industry. Anyone want to share with me, right? Even you are not employer, you take the chance now as if you are the employer, okay? Or you are the superior head of department, or even you want to be, I think I am the talent in the company. You have something to share with us, not only with me, with the group here. So I want to see what is in your mind. So I give you a chance to speak up. You put yourself, you know, like role play like that. If I'm the talent of this company, how I look at the talent development and management. Okay, what I think, you know, the management should do, or what as a talent I will wish I will do. Okay, if the company have chosen me. Same thing, the superior. If I given this task, you know, in this talent management development, you know, it's part of parcel as a HOD, my task. What I will do best, maybe currently informal one, my company like this, but I will suggest I will do this. If you are employer, you know, means you run the company, okay, then this one also trigger, you know, after we have shared so many things, then you think, oh, I never think of that, or maybe I should apply this. Or maybe you even think of nonsense, I don't believe what talent management development is, because it's not sustainable, and all bullshitting me, what succession planning. At the end, you know, the people also will leave me or something like that. Could I have each role one person volunteer to share your thoughts? So because we are all adults, so I don't want to call by name unless I have no choice. Just give yourself 1-2 minutes to share with me. Because afternoon sessions, right, I want people to have some Q10 to boost up the stamina first. Gonza, are you there, Gonza?
Yes.
Yeah, maybe as an employer, since you are the entrepreneur now, or you're no longer working in MNC, it's a good chance. You are an employer. What will you think of this talent development management to you? Later on, you will get in more staff, you know, what is your opinion, what you want to do? Last time you stand at the corner as an employee, now you are the employer already, right? So you will see things differently, a totally paradigm shift. What will you do, or what do you think? And what is talent development and management to you? You as a boss, what does it mean to you?
Mostly is if talk about business point of view, you need to set your business goal, goal is in terms of sales projection, like 3 to 5 years. So you know your core products, who's your market, who's your customers, then from there you know for each month you need to generate how much of the sales are in order to meet that goals. Then who's your talents, I mean your staff, Either it's technical staff or or you want to work with others business associate, then you need to allocate like resources ma. So from there, then you have plan ahead long. Then who's the right talents you're looking for?
For your kind of business, do you think talent is important to your even a small business? Who should be you think you identify as talent? Besides a lot of people every time mentioning about their sales revenue, who you are in what line? Is it you have scar result? Yeah, digital marketing. Is it hard to find this kind of people?
Not so hard lah, because everywhere lah.
Sure, everywhere. So that means even the staff you no need to retain, right? That means today I go, let's say Lilaine also one of your staff, I go tomorrow, Janice can replace me lah. Is it market a lot? Market a lot, that means also not a very scarce resources already.
Nowadays a lot of technology can replace the like HR. Some of the functions can be replaced by the software, the cloud-based software. Yeah, some of the features for like digital marketing also can replace by AI software. But mostly on the project management, maybe there will be a talent required lah, if they need someone to take care about A to Z.
Yeah, of course I cannot deny, you know, with latest technology, a lot of system. Even you're talking about AI replace people, but one thing, maybe I'm a human person. I may not how to say, very pleased to hear that to be replaced. Okay. AI or whatever things, right? You still need a human being to do that. HR, I think the only thing that you cannot replace is communications, because you still to read the people. AI, maybe you say you use technology, you can analyze person. I still that the personal touch there that cannot be replaced. You can replace maybe you talking about training, you put there, let people learn, you know, whether they do recruitment, you fill up the form, you know, you even use AI to interview and then do payroll. But in terms of employee relation, I don't think so. Even solve the problem, sometimes in between the peers or the head and the subordinate, I think you still need a human being, you know. That's why I find the communications very important, and nobody can replace you lah. Of course, I do agree with you, some of the HR function, I mean personnel, use the word personnel admin maybe can replace. Really, the people development part, perhaps I don't think AI can replace you, right? Okay, thank you for your. You say, you have some more to say before I call the next.
Now in coming future, talk about like meta world. They got high chances the AI, a lot of changes in our current business. I would say the operation also different, and the way of doing things also different. You see like 2 or 3 years later, if the meta in Facebook metaverse is more how to say, more matured, then you see a lot of different, a lot of huge difference.
Yeah, I know, even no need to wait for the majority of metaverse, all these things, I also have follow up. But at the end of the day, you will back to the nature, right? All these things, who create the metaverse, all these things, you don't create by yourself, also human being, right? To me, maybe I've been bold enough. I think human beings still the number one, right? If human being make all these things, all right, it won't come by accident, you know, all this thing. Okay, so sorry, I'm not here to argue with you, but I'm trying to say is, and then on the other hand, also a danger for people, more people will be jobless, right? It's a totally paradigm shift, like you say, last time maybe need 100 people, now maybe eventually need 5 people to do the thing. As long as we don't be flexible, maybe time, you can see the whole world is changing, not only job, okay, especially after this pandemic. Any superior want to share with me how you look at the talent development management? talking about sustainability, or you think with the new generation very hard, okay, you will just, how to say, capitalize their strength as you can, you know, there's no lifelong career or this thing. And anyone want to be volunteer as a talent?
Yeah, maybe Lilian, as what Gonzalo was saying, I do agree this is not say 100% but due to the businessman minded, they always say cost saving versus the margin. So that's why a lot of country, even big company, they are go on share points, share services, so that they are trying to minimize.
Yeah.
But somehow rather human beings still human being lah. A lot of things we still need to hands on hands talks lah. No? So at the end there will be a bonding lah. So for myself, you know, I have been individual contributor for almost 30 over years. So now to become a superior, to lead as a head of administrations, I start to understand that as a leader, so-called a superior, you not only need to lead by example, at the same time, you need to give them a so-called learning path planning for them as well. So that, you know, you also hope that whatever you have been learned, so that the young generation will able to capture whatever you have. No doubt may be old-fashioned, but somehow still be the sentimental is there lah.
Yeah. I understand. Actually, you also don't really serve as an individual. I believe, if I can remember, when you with a Western Digital, you work for the group MD, right?
Yeah.
But I believe you also deal with a lot of all these department head. Somehow rather, even you're not their head, I believe you also can see the style how your group MD, you know, manage these people.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, you can pick up some. That's why PA also very important. Thank you for sharing, Cindy. Anyone want to volunteer be a talent? If not, I will choose the youngest one. try to bully the youngest. Who is the youngest here? Somebody told me day one, they are from, it's quite a how to say, a fresh grad or something. Is it Shireen? Shireen, are you the one who tell me? Shireen, are you there? Is it Shireen? You see, sometimes they just put the picture there. I don't know whether they're still having lunch, having afternoon nap or what, you know, very difficult, you know. I don't know whether they still around there. Anybody want to share as a talent?
Yes, Lilaine, I'm here.
Yeah. Shireen, sorry, how long you've been working?
6 years.
Or not you? Is it somebody told me about intern that day? Who is very young here? Means very young in the job market.
I think it's Husna. Husna, my first self. I think it's Husna.
Husna.
Is that my first self?
Is it?
Yeah.
So is Husna here? Husna, can you share with me as the young, talented?
Hazira. Is it Hazira?
Is Hazira around?
I'm not
Sorry,
young,
Asheri.
Miss. 30 years old already.
No, I'm not talking about your age. I'm talking about in the market. How long you are in the market, in the marketplace working?
Almost 6 months.
6 months means, yeah, you're the youngest lah. At least you already worked 6 years already. Okay, 6 months, that's a good one. Okay, let's say you 6 months, right? You really, I call the sweet young thing. I don't talk about the age in terms of working. Okay, you have been the chosen as a talent. Now, what do you expect from a company in the point as the means? If I'm the talent, what I expect, how the company would develop me, you know, would guide me, mentor me, coaching me to do all these things. Share, you know, because that's a very good, you're very plain, you know, you only work 6 months, you know, you speak your mind. What if you're the chosen one? What do you expect from the company?
Okay, actually, my manager said I can learn from here. But, hello, can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, I'm listening. Yeah, everyone is listening to you. Yeah.
Okay, my manager said I can learn from my flags because zero experience lah. But then my manager said you can work with other companies because other companies better than my flags.
No, I don't want to hear that my manager say what, my company say what. You, let's say now I am your superior, okay? So I see you got a potential, okay, Hazira. Okay, Hazira, even though you work 6 months here, I find you're really a high potential, and then you learn fast. And you learn fast, okay? So I have chosen you. You will be selected in my talent pool, okay? So after that, of course, you feel very excited. I think so. If I'm as young as you, I'm excited too, because I'm the chosen one, means I will be taking care of many things. I will have an accelerating development program than the rest because I'm being chosen, okay? So what do you expect from the company, or what do you expect from me as a superior to you know, to bring you up to the next level? That's what we're talking about, talent development. What is your expectation, or what is your, beside money, okay, what is your wish list that you want to see the company do in you, that you so call yourself a talent for the company?
I think with this ni lah, another apa, join more training to train me as a good employee.
You study what last time? What is your
Finance
degree?
Finance.
Oh, you study finance. Okay, so since you make it simple, since you study finance, in 5 years time, where you want to see yourself to be?
Good financial.
Huh?
Good financial.
Yeah, good financial.
How good? What sort of financial you think is good? Become a CFO, or become an accountant, or even you can run your own business. Yeah, you can be ambitious, right? In 5 years time, since you know how to manage your finance, right?
Yes.
Okay, let me share a good try, Hazira. Good try. Okay, thank you. Let's say if I am a talent as young as Azira, right? So what I would see, because talent also depends at the different stage of life. Let's say you're in your 20s to 30, I consider still young, and you want to see your next level. You maybe want to have more job enrichment, enlargement, even a finance background. You can be a CEO one day, right? You will ambitious. Then you will see maybe the company move you around, job, on-job training, knowing your product, you know, knowing the company's strategic plan, the future, especially for those public sector company. When you have few businesses, you are not greedy enough to know more business, to know the people as well, then you can work well. And of course, when you're so young, sometimes maybe the company cannot retain you also. Maybe 5, 6 years time, you want to move. You move to a different industry or the same industry, then you can learn other things. That's why I say sometimes, I think one, yesterday I did mention, TV Diga told me, to maintain a talent pool succession planning not easy. Maybe you got 100 people, end up you got 30% as long as he say, you know, and he say consider successful. Okay, so I just take this opportunity to tell you it's not easy to run. Okay, but even not easy to run, we will still have, otherwise we do not have the feeders for the next level. Though just now Gonza say that, you know, definitely not wrong, you know, human being also will be replaced by AI, talking about metaphors, all these things. But as a human being, we still have to move on, okay? To make ourselves, we are still wanted. Okay, just now we talked so much about this thing. If you still alert, I did mention tactical and strategic level, right? Strategic level for talent management is a long term. Long term, nowadays are no more 5 to 10 years, 3 to 5 years only, because especially the younger generation here, the after millennium, right? They cannot wait for you one, okay? And I can tell you, even from my nephew, 22 years old, everyone want to be their own bosses. They don't want to work for people. They hope to work from home, flexi hour, though maybe income not stable. Partly also sometimes it's the family support. Because if like those days, if you don't have the family support, you cannot say you don't work, you don't have a fixed income, how are you going to survive? That's why the world is changing also, right? Based on the family background, okay, and the different generation. Short-term tactical 1 to 2 years. Okay, so usually long-term is for feeders. Feeders for the succession planning means you have identified the critical position at risk, or this will be the successor. At least, especially CEO, sometimes group MD, even to the extent CFO, CMO, and I believe all the C are the chief operation officer, chief information officer, all these things, they will mirroring, right? In 3 to 5 years time, somebody can take over them. If not, just too bad, okay? If cannot deploy, then you have to outsource, means take from outside. Tactical is the day-to-day action. As this morning also you all have, we will start to build their capability. When you build the capability, actually, I will have said the extension of more competency in that person. Now maybe have 4 competency, you think that they can do the job. Maybe use some more, nurture them, develop them into another 4 competency that they can take on more job, bigger scope, your job enrichment and enlargement concern, right? Okay, so far so good. So when you want to plan your talent management, actually you can have 2 tiers. This one I call 2 tiers. Tactical one, you can maybe have 1 to 2 years one. Even you don't have vertical, maybe horizontally you can deploy them somewhere else. And then the strategic one more on really identify the critical position at risk. Then you may have the 3 to 5 years. Okay, so you can have, I call 2 tiers here. Okay. Okay. How do leaders quickly recognize potential informally? Informally means, I think, some of the things are, if you really focus on what I say, I actually already giving a lot of information to you on and off, even before I reach to the topics that I cover, right? Informally, like over a coffee, you do some probing observations, sometimes even through their colleagues, a person better whether they got potential or not. But of course, in a big company, usually they're very structured. They want to see evidence, not what you say, you hear, or you see. Okay, so here I have 3 points here. Give difficult assignment early to see they react to them. Testing people by making them prove themselves. Can you think of other ways to spot people with potential quickly? The first 2 I already say, right? Sometimes, when especially those company, fast-moving company, they got a lot of project, and even the project you say not involve me, then suddenly also ask me to take over or involve. Okay, and these people may not be comfortable because they have not tried before, but it's a good opportunity. Difficult assignment, then suddenly you discover, hey, this person can do this. This is so-called the potentialities, right? Testing people by making them prove themselves. It may be a very short thing. You test, organize event, playing one part of the thing. Anything maybe beyond, their job scope, or beyond you think that is not their competency level can do. Then you can see, whether, they are having an enlargement and enrichment, how you stretch them, right? It's like a rubber, sometimes you won't do that, you may not know. Can any one of you can share any other way you can spot the potential quickly? Shandi, can I hear from you? I've been talking for the last half an hour. Now I want to hear from you. Are you there, Shandi?
Yes, I'm here, but I'm thinking.
What other way beside the 2 ways I say? Maybe your company, since more structure, you have other way that maybe I'm not aware of. Informally, don't think very structured one. Informally, what your colleagues will do, what you will do. Yeah.
I think going on experience, I think, but when you have not such a matrix, you know, our structures, right? That means I report to someone and someone report to that, like that, very formal structure. But when you have a more matrix structure, like I'm in HR, but say when I was a long time ago, maybe I was doing something else in my company. So someone else worked with me by chance.
Okay.
And that was a senior manager. And they this maybe a project. So because that manager has never worked with me before, but through chance now work with me, so you identify me as, hey, this person can maybe do something else in a different department. So that's the benefit of sometimes people working in a different project, and then you identify by working. So you don't purposely give me a new project. Am I making myself clear?
Yes, yes. Okay, here also, after you share, also trigger me that I would want to see. Sometimes you see people will be a bit myopic. Okay, you're in HR, this must be a very people person. Okay, you're in finance, you are a very figure person. So people already like very
put us in a box lah.
Yeah, just put people in the box, cannot think out of the box. But sometimes through team building, I have done team building in 2016. At that year, I don't know why my CEO, okay, give a KPI, okay. Learning and development group, I make sure every month you do a team building. You mix this university, seems to be the operation team not so smooth, right? Each other can't see each other challenges, okay. Make a bonding, you do. Then through the team building, actually you can see the people doing admin is not like so stereotype doing admin, or they can do something else. Okay, wait, organize event quite good, really speak up. I can actually spot a lot of things that I don't expect they can do, and then they have the capability to do through the team building. Okay, so that's why sometimes, you know, we not only go to training, you know, team building, and then you don't have to think very big. Why you have to think of so many games, you know, so structured, do this and that. You were mingling around in lunch, in what? Even your colleagues, you know, they will among themselves say, oh, I didn't know Shandy can do this, can dance well also. Next time, annual dinner, we make sure, you know, she will lead a dance group, choreograph. We don't have to get an entertainment group, you know, for example, like that. Or even you see, you think it's a figure person. You see, when in a team building, you see it different from, you don't say every day, she only talking about figure. She can communicate well also, she can present, you know, and she very caring. You always see she very quiet. You think she eat by herself, you know. She's quite caring. In the group, she do ask about family and also give some suggestions to who and who. Actually, through team bonding, instead of team building, from the different department, we put them, you know, group them differently. Maybe if one table 4 person must be from a different department, because usually you can see the scenario during training. If you don't really designate them, sure, the same department will sit at the same table, or the same business units sit at the same table. Okay, if you have 3 episodes. Even last time when I was in Segi, the same thing. Segi KL, we sit one table. Segi Penang, we sit one table. Kota Damansara University, we sit one table. So they won't actually mix around. So sometimes, by force, whether you like it or not, we want to designate them. So we have a chance to see, you know, how they coordinate with each other. Then you can see the synergy. Okay. Anyone else want to share? If not, I will move on. Usually afternoon very quiet. I don't break first. Okay. I'm going to cover this succession planning committee. We have been talking so much already. Before I put the thing in order, let's me hear from you. Though maybe you are a small company, you may not have this team. Let's say informally, if let's say you are the boss. You don't think you want to be so biased. Only I will identify you. I'm the king of the company, and you know. But you may think of certain people may not in a very high position, but knowing the business or knowing the people, you want to involve this person in the group. You can call them maybe a talent selection group instead of maybe two structure names, succession planning committee. Who will be those people? Okay, this one I will give you exercise. Janice, in 5 minutes time after it's finished, I want to break them out, right? I let them to come back to me. Then you think, who are they? Who are the people should put in this succession planning committee? Means this team, they will decide, what will be the talent selection, the structure, and then what are the elements should be inside, and then how do you form it? You want to form it formally over like a politician award, okay, this one is or you want to look at their past performance in the company. You think they're reliable, they are loyal, they are good, okay. These are the things that you can think of. And what is their role? Are they just like an armchair manager sitting there at a board meeting? I listen, I sit there, all this thing. Okay. The reason I don't want to give you straight away give answer, and I find that, through learning for the last 30 years, sometimes my approach, normally I want people to think first. You come up with the thing first, and then only I will add on. And I think that one, your memory will retain more. Usually when we keep on deliver 50, 60 slides, we've been talking, right? People will normally, as I mentioned, the Benjamin Franklin, remember? You hear, you listen, then you forget. Okay, I tell you, right, you remember, but your memory also very short. But if I engage you, you do the thing, you will remember more. So I would like to use this approach. As I say earlier on, my delivery mode, I want to be pragmatic, means make you do, actual thing. Okay, and then also engage each other. You engage me, I engage you. I'm the facilitator only. I'm not a teacher. Okay, so Janice, can you break them out? I also give them 20 minutes.
20 minutes.
Yes. So let them think of, you assume, a company. Now you come to assume you have a company. Who you want to select them to be in the succession planning committee, or in informally the person who, decide and nurture the talent pool, and how you want to form it, or by name it, or by voting, as I said, or by the certain mechanism you want to choose these people, and what is their role in this succession planning committee, what they supposed to do, what they contribute. It's like a parliament like that. Okay, what they're supposed to do. Okay, and also don't forget, okay, if the HR is involved, definitely HR involved. What the role of HR play, besides secretariat, always organize the meeting, monitor with the HOD. Okay, what the HR will play in this role as well. So can you break them out in two groups? And then now the time is 2:40, right? Maybe we let them do. Then after that, we will have a 10 minutes break before they present. Means I'm trying to say, if 20 minutes mean by the time 3 o'clock, right? And then you break maybe 3:15. 3:15, I will let them present. Means after that, they talk and then they have a coffee. 3:15, they will present. Okay? Can I? Okay. in terms of business simulations, they must know in terms of product knowledge or in terms of anything. It can involve outsider, it cannot, it can be internal people organize this. Okay, these are the things that eventually when the talent be selected, they have to go through all this program. And then also you have the on-job training. On-job training, maybe if this person will be identified as the future COO, for example, you must know the operation, right? You have to go through CEO, maybe have to go through a lot of department to understand, you know, the functions, the challenges of this department, okay? And then budget for external activities and on-job exposure, this thing. That's why finance also have to be there. Also make sure they really have the budget, must allocate a budget, of course have to work out, okay? And then superior will be doing the first tiers one. They must be committed. As I say, one person asked me, he said every department must get a successor, means get a by theory, yes. But then if unfortunately internally you do not have, you don't do it for the sake of doing, yeah, because other department, you know, they have chosen some of the potential people. If I don't have, I guess who, you know, that means I'm no good, I didn't train my people. Somehow rather, to be sadly to say, some department, if really you don't have, you don't have. And then superior sometimes very focused on the BAU, the business as usual, right? So they may not see how they groom the people, but if you put other people in that department to know, perhaps, you know, they will put the efforts, you know, to make sure other people in other staff in other department will know their business, okay? Then the talent themselves, if they are the chosen one, these are the role I'm talking, from the succession planning committee to the superior, your man here, the HOD, and the talent themselves. They focus, okay, they must focus, and then and strategically, right, driven, okay. If they be assigned to that, they must know reason. They cannot say no once they committed, because we also must make sure the talent will commit, you know. Later I will share cases. I do have cases, people come to me after 1 year plus. HR, can you remove me? I don't have time, you know. I cannot go on job training in other department because my own job cannot do. You know, my boss, how to say, cannot understand, you know. Sometimes we will have conflict like this. You have chosen your downline, you know, in the talent pool, but you don't give this person time to learn other things, you know. You keep on putting a lot of things until sometimes the talent in that department cannot be succeeded. Mainly is because the HOD have not do the part, have not given a chance for the person, you know, to do beyond, you know, their BAU, beyond the business as usual. And then also some talent no commitment. Ayo, Saturday, Sunday, I want to attend this training, or evening, I want to attend this talk, or you're always meeting, I cannot finish my work. If the talent not committed, also it will be failure also, okay? And then misconception of the direction. They do not understand, okay, why they're in, okay? And then also felt unappreciated. Yeah, I mean, the talent pool, what should I get? Why I don't have this and that? I'm just like ordinary, any other people. What is so great, you know, to be in the talent pool? So this will be the challenges. So the succession planning committee, okay, you see the different people having a different challenges. Okay, then whose function? How you engage? You know, is it only the succession planning committee after they chosen? They every time must ask. The HOD also play the part. The HR also is, I would have said, the accelerator, right? Okay, to, you know, to make sure the HOD, you know, really engage those people who been sent there to do their on-job training, and then must get them involved, okay, and also have to inspire them. Now, sometimes just do, you know, they will feel very boring, sometimes depressed to the extent they cannot cope. That's why they will write into the HR. They want to be how to say, they want to resign, you know, from the talent pool. Okay, it's very sad also. That's why this EII engage, involve, inspire, succession planning committee have to play a role, and even the HOD to the extent, if let's say you have chosen this person in your department to be in the talent pool, not necessarily be your successor, but you think they have the potential, can do a higher job, either vertically and horizontally, you also, must engage them on and off, ask them, okay, you go to like finance department, you go to even learn from HR department, okay, engage them, see how they feel, see in any way you can help or not, involve them also. Those people that send to you, right, if you are so-called the mentor, you have to involve, talk to them and inspire them also, okay? That's why this job is not easy. Okay. Before I go to the talent selection, can I have two groups at least share what you have done so far before I go into the selection part? Can I have maybe just now who exited first, room 1 or room 2? Hello?
I think it's our room. But
Adeline,
yeah, I want to share, but then it says because you are sharing. So can I just
I
take
stop
over the
sharing
screen?
now, you can share,
Okay.
yes.
Okay. Hold on. Oh, how to share? Okay, yeah. Okay. Okay.
Well, big enough, very good. Yeah, can see very clearly.
Yeah.
Before you share, you have to tell me, okay, what model you're using, means this is a manufacturing company, or this is an education, or this is a retail. Then it's like you form your own case, right? Then I will know why you put these people in.
It's a manufacturing company.
Okay, Cindy, yes, okay. So, okay, who present now?
Cindy or Shanti can present.
Adeline, right?
No, Cindy. I think Cindy probably you'll be a better one to present for this.
Okay.
You okay?
Yeah.
Cindy, you okay to speak?
Maybe you say we can talk. We can add on.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay. So so this is in a manufacturing environment, and the person we are trying to replace or plan for replacement is the manufacturing director.
Why you put the critical position every year? Now, actually, what I asked you to do is to form the succession planning committee.
Because we felt that for different position, it may be different. Correct, Cindy?
Yeah, we want to be more focusing because, as I say, I think every environment will have how to say successor plan. So finance, you may think very important, but in such a situation, sometimes finance can be somebody can replace. So we just want to
Cindy, you get me wrong. Now I'm not asking you to identify who are the critical position to be replaced. I'm asking you to form a committee, and this committee to eventually to decide when just now I have mentioned, when the talent have been selected, right? This committee, these few people will decide, these are the 20 people will be in the talent pool, will be nurtured to the critical position at risk. They will make the decision, they will come up with the initiative. I'm talking about a committee, I'm not talking for particularly position, okay? You see my point?
So maybe I make a mistake here.
Never mind, okay. I can see, basically you put the thing right here. It's just that I don't know why the how to say, the headline, succession planning committee, then you come up with a manufacturing director. Okay, let me help you.
We were under the impression it would be easier if we pinpointed the position. So maybe what you are saying, what I'm getting from what you're saying, Lilaine, is the succession planning committee.
Yeah, I'm talking the committee, who should be in the committee, you see? That means who should be in the committee eventually to discuss, to nurture eventually there will be one talent can replace the manufacturing director. As straightforward as that, okay?
I
the
think
decide.
Cindy and myself were of the impression in our heads, right? For the succession planning committee, for the to decide on the director level will be these people. If say deciding on the HR person is different.
No. Then your company will be haywire. Let's say you got 10 critical position at risk. You need 10 succession planning committee cannot. This is like in short, it's like a board meeting, a board director. You don't change different kind of board, right? Never mind. Let me help you in this, but you already have a structure. Let me see. Okay, this manufacturing company, okay, can I take on from here? This manufacturing company, they think that they should have their MD, the CEO, and the finance director and the principal engineer in the succession planning committee. What I can see from here, perhaps the MD, okay, because now we are putting a scenario to make the thing happen, right? Maybe the MD and CEO also by profession, they are the engineer background, they come out and then they move up to the management level. And then they need the finance director here in the sense that, because actually to groom somebody to take over the position, maybe you need a budget. And also this finance director, now I'm making a lot of scene to make the thing work. This finance director also previously also working in other manufacturing company, okay? He also know the business well. He also is one of the member in the board and to chip in terms of the company, the business growth and direction, okay? So I now already validate the people in this manufacturing company. They are the succession planning committee based on their knowledge, based on their skill, their competency, and knowing the business well. Make sense to you all?
Yep.
Okay, so
Okay.
the respective reporting line, don't put here, they are the tier 2. Don't worry, I will share with the tier 2, okay? There's nothing to be shy. As I say, it's not an easy thing, right? Unless you have gone through. If not, but I'm already happy, at least you've got the structure here. We will remove the reporting line. So whoever in this succession committee, now you have 4 people. As I say, the most is 5, right? 4 also good enough. Okay, and why they have a principal engineer? Because the principal engineer may know the business well. Sometimes, you know, move to chief engineer, principal engineer, whatever, like it's like a lecturer, they got the principal lecturer or this thing. So they want somebody also knowing in terms of technology, okay? That is their point. And then how to form? They put nomination and appointment. Yes, you will nominate first. Sometimes in the board, they feel that, you know, okay, these are the people who qualified, okay, qualified to be in the committee. That's why they put nomination. Maybe in the board director, they have nominated these people. Then once you're right, one nominated, the HR will do the second step. We actually really issue appointment letter, okay? Even to the CEO, CFO, and whoever these people, okay, after the board decision have been made and study about your background, experience, whatever, we would like to appoint you as one of the committee in our succession planning for 2 years. Normally we give 2 years one. This can be removed one, right? Replaced for other position. So officially you need to appoint them, okay? So in the appointment, actually you must tell them what they're supposed to do, right? So that's why the roles come. What is their role, okay? So their role actually, they will help to change the requirement. Requirement, it can be the the criteria of talent selection. Okay, they will chip in what should be put in the criteria for the selection. Okay, so you see, they also get the thing right. Evaluate potential candidate performance, mention style, this thing. These are the criteria they put in. They think that during the assessment, they need this kind of thing inside. And then also they need people to give the objective feedback solution. Actually, these are the criteria. Okay, so they feel that this group, they feel that the succession planning committee should do all these things. Absolutely right. It's not wrong. Okay, so they already given 1 point for all the things they put it here is the succession planning committee also will chip in, okay, contribute what should be the talent selection criteria. Okay, is one of the things. They also, I think I don't want to say here because the next group maybe they will show what I'm going to say. Let the next group perform already, then only I will tell what are the things should be here. Basically, I think it's a lot of effort. Those I think Cindy and Shandy have mislead somehow rather think that you have choose a position, but you will ask me the thing is correct already. They know who should be in the succession planning committee. They even know how they should form, even have to appoint them, and then they also put in one of their role. This is one of the role is to come up with the talent criteria, the selections criteria. Okay, well done. Okay, and a very good try. Thank you so much. Can I have the other group?
Oh, hold on.
Who is going to present the next group?
I will show the slide first, then.
Okay, no worry. Then later I will summarize up. Basically, beside putting the title, actually the last group already have been doing 80% already, quite well.
Okay. Can see
Can see a nice picture.
So our team, yeah, previously we are also doing something not followed the requirement. Then
before you want to present, tell me what company that you all have decided to choose. The last group they choose is manufacturing. About yourself?
We are seeing Kelvin company Psycom. So Kelvin, your company doing like business processing. Yeah, maybe you can explain a bit companies. Kelvin.
Is Kelvin? Yeah, Kelvin. So you're using Psycom as the business nature, right? To form this.
I didn't even know that we are using Psycom.
Huh?
Why Gonzalo say using Psycom?
Yeah, because I think mention maybe you overlook over listen lah.
Never mind. Okay, I make it simple for you. Okay, this company maybe background is maybe high-tech company lah, dealing with
IT
technology,
company,
maybe consultancy, IT consultancy or whatever.
IT company.
IT company. Okay, you proceed, Gonza.
Yeah, so we are looking for the who's the right person inside this committee. So we are refer to all the C lah. It's either one of the C that can represent inside the committee.
Yeah, so that means this company must be very big. At least you have such a C-suite people.
Yeah. That's why I'm looking for
people in
Berhad
this company.
Our team, I saw only Berhad is Kelvin, and then I say Berhad.
Okay.
Then
so,
second person it will be like deputy manager lah. So I just for select IT.
Okay, you're quite greedy. I keep on mentioning you only need 5. So so since you have so many C level there, I assume the group MD should be there. If you don't have a group MD, maybe your CEO is the highest level. Then you got a CEO, you got a CFO, you got a COO, you got a CTO. So maybe I change a bit for you lah. So don't exclude the CMO lah. Maybe you got a CMO also, okay. So the rest no need to think about it already, because inside all the C-suite, you got a technical people, you got a marketing people for this instance, right? You got the operation people, you got a finance people, and you got the overall the chief for all these people, okay? So the rest no need to talk about it, okay? So then you have a 5 personnel already, right? Okay, good. So what's the next step? How do you select these people?
So our selection is simple, just based on 3 criteria. The senior position, maybe he work as like 5 to 10 years at least. Then relevant HR experience.
Why?
relevance.
You
Why?
have to justify why they need a HR experience, or maybe you have a better word, not HR experience. You think that these people also quite well versed in managing people, right? I think the words to write, you say good in managing people or something like that. Okay, and then
selection people.
Yeah, business knowledge, I think, is critical. Also is a very important point here. But yeah, knowing these are the criteria you want to select these people in the succession planning committee. So since you put in criteria, I assume all your C-suite know all these things, right? So that means who do the assessment? Your group MD do the assessment, is it? Like just now, just now the one they use the nomination form, right? Nomination form, who nominate them? The group MD nominate them, or you get outsider to nominate them, or the board nominate them, since such a big company with all the C-suite, right? So I believe you also do under the nomination, and then these are the criteria you set up, right?
Yeah. This is criteria. Then sure got one person is the chairman first, else how to select. Or they can do like due to we have these people in demand, they can do like nomination first, who become chairman, who become the for the communities, then who do something.
Okay. Okay, so what are their role? What they are their function? Okay, you form this committee for what? It's like the parliament. Why they form a parliament? Okay, why they form a council, council member? All this thing. Why they form some of the government body or public body? Right? There must be a function for them. So what is their function? Means this team of people. What is their functions in succession planning committee? What is the function?
Function
now
later.
the last group, the last group have already done one of the function, right?
The function is here.
Okay.
So the role is here. So I mean, if they have already nominate their role, then they will need to define the role and responsibility lah. This one is before we start. Then this one must be there. Then only then we can nominate who do what lah. Then after
TSC
that,
is what? TSC is what?
Sorry, TSC. Actually, I should be SPC, right?
Okay.
Sorry, SPC.
Oh, it's okay. Okay. The third one is like group one selection criteria for talent pool, right? Yeah, good one.
This one is over. I mean the overall high level one.
Okay. Set up a time frame for completions of the SPC process. Okay, good.
Yeah,
So,
maybe like one month must, or less than 1 month can complete the process the SPC.
Yeah, before you form the SPC, these are the preparation work. Okay, so what are their functions? SPC function.
So once we have a community, then we will look for we organize the SPC to oversee the talent pool success process. Okay. Then what's the process inside? Then we will like, for example, like IT director. For example, like IT director, then we will need to identify the risks. So then IT director is the risks. For example, then we got a lot of talents there. So we need to do filtering. Looking for our criteria is look for the high potential candidate. So based on the set of criteria agreed within the committee members. Maybe based on experience, or based on you got the business business how to say, they got deal with other departments a lot or something lah. So they are more equipped itself in this position. Then selection of a success within a time frame. Okay, we have a time frame given. Then we also like we have a review criteria, but based on this during the probation period on the successor maybe like it give like 1 year's time for them to perform certain this goal maybe set the sales goal like current this year current years the sale is like 10 million. So after he changed this IT directors maybe he can save the cost or something to better returns or something. So it's a review one. We still also review. Once he pass this review, then he can become the officials IT directors or something lah. That's all lah.
Anything? Okay, I think it's a
comment,
good try. Okay, I don't use the word comment. Maybe I will add on and do some correction. Thank you so much, because I didn't really give a lot of info, because I just want you to think first, if you are one of them, if you are a HR, you are asked to do all this work, what you should do. Okay, let me add on, and I hope maybe some of you think relevant. Can you stop your sharing?
Stop sharing.
Okay. Okay, I more or less before I go to the talent selection, okay, I try to summarize things. I hope some of the things you can pick up. As I say, 80% is there already, but maybe you don't put in a proper framework. That's why you can see the thing upside down, or you put too detailed until the very operation level. Okay, before this succession planning committee form, normally public listed company, whether you like it or not, the HR will write these terms of reference. Obviously, when you write the terms of reference, it will come from the group MD, actually what they want. Term of reference will write, okay, the company is going to form this succession planning committee with the aim or with the objective, right, to oversee the talent pool with the following function, okay, with the following function. First thing is to set the criteria for the talent pool, and is to decide the time frame, the processes, like what you say, right, the initiative to run the talent pool, and every talent, be selected, will go through this and that, and then maybe in 3 to 5 years time, this person must be able, to take up some of the critical position at risk, either vertically or horizontally. So you will put a term of reference there, and then of course you will got appendix, okay. Like for education, we got academic incline, okay. From lecturer, then become maybe a vice chancellor. You will put the criteria there, how they go. It's part of the career development. If let's say this lecturer later on, they want to go into the management, also can. Then you will have another career path. Everything actually will spell out very clearly and attached to all the term of reference in the succession planning committee. And then you will put there twice a year, the HR as the secretariat to the succession planning committee will organize a meeting, okay? And minimum current 5%, minimum must have 3% in the succession planning committee, only the meeting can be called for, okay? So every time when the meeting call for, definitely what they will discuss, the HR have to report, okay, to put in, the progress of this talent, what they have gone through is one by one. Let's say you got 30, maybe you really take half a day to, to talk. And then the progress of these people, definitely the HR also gather the report from the HOD or from the business unit, because sometimes you have the on-job training, right? Then you will see people feedback. Okay, this Gonza, okay, out of the 6 months here, there's 3 assignments for him, but due to his HOD, it's not so supportive. He's very tied down with the business as usual. So the other 3 business unit or HOD have reported that Gonza actually didn't complete the 3 assignments given to him. Or the HR will say that I organize a special skill, soft skill training for this 30 talent. But then Gonza is one of the person didn't attend, or halfway the CEO has called him to do other things. We have to report very clearly all these things, right? And then the succession planning committee will actually drop down whatever when we report, present, on the board, how they progress, what we see, they will drop down. Then they will actually question the HR, because only the HR inside. That's why HR for my company still good enough, because I have a learning and development team. basically my L&D manager will go to this college and university department to collect the thing to follow up. And then every month she will come to tell me whether they're in progress or not. I cannot wait for 3 months, only the thing come out. Once you compile all the report, I have to do the finalization because I'm the one who present, right? If I do not know, I cannot present. That's the reason why I am not in the committee. I have to present, even though in my heart, I know who should be in and out, you know, who can come out or not. But I don't know, I don't want to base on what I see. I let these people, you know, at the judges to hear my case, and then they will decide. But obviously I will have a say. Sometimes, you know, people don't see what they're doing, they think it's good. Remember, I told you, maybe they remember also 1 or 2 good things of this talent. Then HR, I have the duty, despite I'm not committee, I say, succession committee member, I would like to highlight this and that. Usually they will listen to me also, okay? So usually when sit in, my learning and development manager will be the invitee. She is not part of them, but she will go in because she need to take minutes also, right? And she gather all the admin things for me. And basically I'm the secretariat who present the case, okay? And you can see some people, you know, you will say, oh, how come on that? They will discuss among them. Hey, I think we are good. Why? Okay. Why family issue or something like that? Okay. And we will see how come this person 2 years are still stranded there, no position or nothing for this person to do. And some, and I have salespeople before, right? Sales manager, he want to withdraw himself. This is what I so-called high performer, can perform very well, can do sales very well, but cannot manage people. So that's why he cannot go to the sales director position. Because once you go to the sales director, you're supposed to manage to engage your salespeople, to involve them in meeting a new campaign and inspire them how to do sales, but you are not the one who getting the commission to do the sales. That's why the difference between the high potential and the high performer. Definitely when we choose in the later, I talk about the 9 grade board, the selection is better to be, you are the high performer and also you are the high potential. So talent selections, I believe some of them you already set the criteria. I was just giving some example only. Usually in the nomination form, right, we will have the 2 to 3 years previous performance or anything outstanding from there, and you can set your criteria. Some of them 80 and above, some of them say 70, depends on company what target you want to set, okay? And the case say knowledge, skill, and attitude. So there will be a report by the HOD. If I'm the one who want to select Gonza, definitely I must put in the effort to tell the truth, not too boring, right? And then, of course, the previous performance, you cannot run away because HR have a copy already. You just have to print out from the system or whatever. And then experiences, even the previous experiences that this person may not able to exhibit in your current company, but based on the previous experiences, maybe in other company also can put in there. That's why when you select your talent, you must really know this person in and out. Okay, you cannot be because you like this person and I feel that, and I think that, you know, everybody, every department also choose, I must have somebody, otherwise I guess, you know, why my department, you know, so behind when I don't have any potential staff to be nominated. And also you think of the tendency and not necessarily able to succeed in critical position at risk. It may not be replace you as a successor. It can be in other department. You think this person also can do other things. These are only the thing I suggest to you, okay? And you can have actually more than that. But I think this is, as a whole, it will cover most already in your criteria of selections, okay? Any question?
Good.
Okay, so, and then, any question?
No, good.
So I roughly let you see the form. Just how we mentioned, right? XXX, I don't want to put some company don't have HR department, whoever will be the person who in charge, right? Or the committee, or even to the extent small company, the PA. You compile your nomination form. Okay, your nomination form from who, the HOD, and then you send to, here we send to the group HR because we have the center HR, right? So all gathered together. Of course, in a nomination form, actually you no need to have a standard template, because for my previous company, we very complicated one. I don't think every company you have to base on your business nature. Of course, as just now I mentioned the criteria that you put up last 3 years, how many marks, whatever thing, you keep them column to write the remark. Of course, you must put this stuff, maybe like last 5 years already have 1 or 2 promotion, right? What are the things? So anything details that will substantiate this person, why this person should be nominated as the talent, you put in there, okay? Then normally HR will do the interview. So you will have an assessment form, which the HR, okay, which is over here is my L&D manager and myself. I will conduct interview. I said, do you know that your boss nominated you? You know, are you willing to be in the pool? Then we tell them the consequences. You must have extra time, you know, sacrifice this thing, committed, blah, 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 okay? Then I will assess. And then I also will assess them whether they are flexible. Let's say in 2 years' time, company feel that I would like to send you to Africa. Okay, I think that you maybe can do. No. I don't want to be relocated. I don't want to work overtime. No, I don't want to be seconded. I don't want to be transferred. So we will put all the things there. Then you will know this person is not versatile, right? But you not immediately penalize the person, right? You will put the remark there. Okay. So for me, I make it easy. I got a form. I can just tick on it. Okay. Can be seconded. Tick yes. If not, no. Or you know, cannot be seconded, cannot be transferred, cannot be this and that. Then I put all the cross. And then the chosen talents will be required to go through assessment. I know some company they don't have the allocations, but for our company, we are serious. My previous company, we allocate 200,000. Beside my assessment by the team or whatever, we really send them. I think in education industry, learning agility is very important to us, right? These people can learn other things faster or not. So we will send for this kind of test, you know, and then maybe per head count need 2,000, you know, if I got 40, I already, for one item, already 80,000. And then put them in business simulation, also send them out. This one maybe will cost few 100,000. It's like a program. Every month you will have one program. That's why we want to get the talent to be committed. If you cannot have your extra time, you seriously don't think of yourself, your career, okay? In the first place, you shouldn't be in the group, okay? And then overseas, you got on-job training, you know, sharing session. Sometimes I will call the succession committee member to give a talk, all right? The group MD will come and talk, and then they will say, hey, Konsa, come up and tell me last 1 year what you have learned. And then they have the dialogue session with the succession planning committee. These people, I will make them have turns every 3 months, you know, they will come to have a coffee or lunch or tea, you know, with these talents. So definitely, because we have in Penang coaching, people also have to fly down, right? So they also know talent in other departments is like a bonding for them, also knowing each other what they do. So this is also important. It's not just to put in the paper, they just go through bonding, you know, they must get together, okay, have team building, you know, all this thing, you know. So make this talent also can share each other. And then the succession planning committee also have to think of the topic they want to talk to these people to inspire them, or any new thing development they want to tell them particularly, okay. Now we come to the 9th report. Before the 9th report, can I have 5 minutes about washroom break? You also maybe can go and grab water or something, okay? Then we will come back in maybe 10 minutes time. 20s? 20s, are you there? Farah, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
So we give them a 10 minutes break?
10
or
minutes
we'll come back 4:15?
Yeah, 4:15, just either toilet break or drinks. Then we will go into the 9th grade block. Okay, see you all later. Okay, it's already 4:17. Okay, we have to be fast a bit. Maybe we will delay about 15 minutes or whatever today because too much to discuss. Okay, I show you basically this 9 grid box. Anyone can tell me you have seen this before, you have practiced this before, you have done this before? Quick one. Or none of you has experienced this before? Okay, never mind. Okay, good. I assume nobody have take this exercise before. Remember just now I mentioned after the nomination form from the HOD business unit, so the HR have collected the form, right? So the HOD with the help of the HR have put up a lot of info about the potential talent, right, to be selected in the talent pool. The HR will have another assessment form, the first set of info before really send up for external assessment or what. Especially for the small company, usually maybe they don't want to waste money, right? They think that, you know, no need to go out, okay? So you can do informally. So I will have a form. After I see all the criteria, you know, the history, you know, whether they have been promoted, taking extra job, whatever, and talk to the talent they're willing to be nominated. More or less, I know where they can fall into. This one also talk about experience sometimes, right? Not everyone can do that, of course, with the help of the HOD. But I personally feel that I do not develop everyone in this 9 box. If I have found out that you can see here, you know, proof performance means the high performer, right? Usually, if you're a high performer, you fall short of what, you know. No, here is a high potential. You can see, you see the box of proof performance, right? This one developed laterally. I may not choose them. What I'm trying to develop, usually I only develop these 4 boxes: the H, the I, the E, and the F. Solid contributor also can be a performer, even though it's not considered the high performer, right? Solid means very constantly, you know, they will contribute, okay? Then you can see the other potential, okay? Then you can actually move them over here and move them over here. Those people, when they're ready, you know, they are ready in the mid. Here this row is mid, meet the potential, meet the performance. Usually, you know, you will encourage them, you will push them, right, into the critical position at risk, or, you know, or you want to give them more responsibility, you know, job enrichment, all these things. But definitely, if they are good enough, right, they promoted now already lah. This is the high potential, high performer, okay. But sometimes in the box, not necessarily straight away will be there, but they actually moving from here, okay. They can move up here, they can move this way, you know, move this way, you know. So normally, if we will have a lot, we will focus this 4 first, okay. Okay, so anybody disagree with this? But what I'm trying to say, there's no right or wrong. Some company also, if they have time, they really have a team to look after this talent pool beside the succession planning committee, means the operation team I call the HR will lead the L&OD. They even will look at six box here, even the watch list, you know, they will see, you know, and then even high performer, they will want to tap on whether they are the high potential as well. I give you over here is after we do the assessment, we will see actually how many numbers fall into this group. Let's say if too few, as I say, right, then perhaps some company will include these 2 more boxes, okay? If too many already, perhaps you will first 2 years will be focused on these 2 boxes, okay? Any question? So I want to show you, just now I say about the promote now, right? What is promote now? Definitely this is not easy. Maybe in the talent pool, maybe out of 40, you may have 3 to 5, perhaps they are really ready, okay? They are the consistent top performer. like when Kelvin said, the high performer, but they very consistent. Not 1 year can perform, 1 year not perform. And also consistently demonstrate strong capability, means the competency. Demonstrate aspiration to and is ready for promotion. Okay, so attitude also comes in, not only, you know, with competency, can do this and that, and demonstrably engage. They really engage, right? Okay, so this will be the highest here, straight away promote. Okay, but if they cannot promote, even maybe you move them, you know, some like head of school, then they become registrar, you know, in the education industry, right? They actually can move from academic, they move into the management. Okay, but unfortunately for us, we are the non-academic, very difficult for us to move into the academic, unless if we want to take on PhD, you know, DBA, but you still have to start with teaching first before you can go to next level. So it will take a longer time now. But for the academic, slowly to move into the management is more possible. Okay. Okay, so after you put them in the box already, okay, and then you will, just now I mentioned about you will go to the second level of identify them, right? Diagnosing what their strength, and then what are the developmental needs you want. Some people, they will use the 360, right? Even ask them to do a self-assessment evaluation, right? Superior or even case observations. So this also will give you a report. As the individual, right? So they have an individual development plan. Usually we will do, we'll put in there, right? Incumbent evaluation and the self-evaluations. We will do this. Rick, we're already done. Okay. After the assessment, after the selection, so now come to the point that how you want to develop these people. Usually we will have a framework, okay? Depends what position they are shadowing for, and then whether strategic or even some operations, like Kelvin had mentioned before, some specialists also, right? Not necessarily they're taking leadership, maybe on-job training or personal development. So we actually will divide them into these 4 categories, okay? But obviously, if you take the leading role, they will actually go through these 4 steps instead of 1 or 2. Okay, so basically, you also need to do a training need analysis, and I make it easy for you to see the big picture. You can see this pyramid, right? You must look at the organization's performance, and then the employee performance, and then your KSA will be mentioned before, and then the education, the experience, and this and that. Then is to summarize up that you can match back with just now the picture that I show you, right? So what kind of development you want to give them? It can be internal, external, it can be on-job training, it can be coaching, you know, all this thing. So basically, this have actually summarized the big picture here, you know, okay? When you do the training analysis, I believe some of the people here, I think Shanti also in L&D background before, right? So normally you also will look as a whole, you know, to do this kind of thing. So far, any question? If not, I will go further, okay? Okay, remember, okay, the KSA, remember organization level, then only you talk about the cascade down to the next level and to the individual. And then in learning, you can see, because we keep on talking training, you know, training the learning here. Usually, right, structure courses, workshop, e-learning, whether you like it or not. Normally, we only will do 10%, but during the course or whatever, a lot of people will share the live cases, okay, their experience, which actually is the most, working with people on job training, 70%, okay, because you will know their challenges. And then, as I say earlier on, be more pragmatic. You learn the pragmatic way, I think you learn things more solid, I will say. Then definitely also we have social learning, right? You build community, you know, special interests, mentoring and coaching, all this thing. So this is actually the L&D model, okay? I call the 10-20-70 model, okay? So talent pool, framework just now I already mentioned, right? You can see the on-job training basically will take a very big part of it, very big part of it, the yellow one, okay? And then 30% are internal. Why internal? Sometimes they have to pick up the business process, the product knowledge, the strategy, all this thing. So that's why we actually move them around into the other department, okay, to learn not only the job, maybe other skill, and then maybe this department also can organize a formal meeting and a training, you know, discussion in the company. 10% only we will send them up. If internally we find there's no expertise, nobody can do, we will send them out, because for external also quite expensive. Some big company, they even had allocate now. One, my brother actually, he worked in Singapore, a Germany company, happened to be he also one of the talent. They will give maybe 1 million per talent. 1 million per talent can be used within 3 years, but very seldom, unless this is the critical position at risk, you know, they will give them. And then don't get me wrong, he's not going for a group MD or what. He's a technical position, right? He is a chemist. So from chemist, from the lab, then after that, he was sent actually to, when he was 28 years old, sent to Vietnam at the time. They branch out to Vietnam, okay? Then they need a technical person be there, then slowly he will work in the management level, you know, because set up, and then after that, he has put back to the regional office in Singapore, right? Then his job is become like a consultant. He fly off serving all the top company that using their solution, right? So that's why you can see, but then I can see because maybe at every region, they only have 1 or 2. That's why they can afford, you know, talking about maybe spend 2 million in 2 years for 2 talent in a different region, okay? Then you read here, right? To measure the success of the program also, you need to do that. And a set of programs that involve variety of developmental experience and training, okay? So it depends. So when we use the word training, is very, in terms general word. So training also can be a very short 2 hours workshop. It depends what position is that, okay? And sharing of experience, you know, and a talk by the succession planning committee, you know, sharing the experience to inspire them. And also designed to improve specific competency in the individual development plan. Means for certain talent, particularly, you know, they really have a big competency gap on certain things that you need this in them in order for them to succeed in the critical position at risk, or a position you want them to take on even horizontally, maybe moving from operation to technical, or like I mentioned, from academic to management, right? So we will specifically, to close their competency gap, we will send them up for that kind of workshop, whatever, and then we will do the assessment whether effective or not. I think everyone will believe in me, even especially the finance, talking about ROI, right? If every training sent out, you don't see the outcome, you don't do evaluation, actually it's a waste of money. And I also so sad to know that even MNC company, for the sake of because they put 3 million as a training budget, they just simply use it, or if not, the HQ will question them. One of the US-based company I know, because one of the HR staff there is my ex-staff. I say, no, I must use, if not my HQ, US, there was a few years ago, question me, you know, why so much money leave? So you can see sometimes these people go for all the expensive costs, they go and makan only, then come back, actually they don't get anything. But for me, really, even the trainee itself, right, I think you should put in the effort. Even I don't agree that, you know, you will take home 100%. Minimum at least 50%. Somehow or other, you have to let people see the difference in you after you attended a 2-day workshop, whatever. And the best thing that you can recall and capture all these things is immediately you have to apply in the workplace and the job. Otherwise, very fast you will forget. This is only the example I want to tell you in this 4 quadrant, right? Personal development, sometimes, you know, you want them to be effective people, you know, because not necessarily all in a very high position, all right? Some may be supervisor into the manager. Talking, you can send them to 7 Habits, MBTI, to know their work style, communication, because you all emphasize so much on communication. So I believe it should be in general. So when personal development, actually, if you have 10 talents, in fact, you can make everyone to attend. You do just an internal, getting an expert to come and communicate this kind of training. The leadership one, obviously, is the more on the high level, because nowadays people talking about transformation, transactional leadership, situational leadership, all these things, right? So cost culture, some got regional office, some got many, operate in many countries. When you send them out, given just now, like Nick and what retail company, or you must speak the Australian slang like that, right? So that's why leadership, normally we will get the people we really targeted and the critical position at risk, or even a manager, we will let them attend also. And on-job training to me is the bigger portion and the most important one. Why? Because other people who really be assigned, means I assign these people in their department, this HOD, this strategic business partner, SBU head, and whoever they are expert in the area. I make sure they really committed and put their effort to groom this talent, So that's where your job rotation, your job enrichment and enlargement. There's a time some department, they really good. Okay, never mind. I can release my staff 1 month. I will get my other staff, for example, finance. Okay, never mind. I will get other people to do this manager or senior exec job. Okay, 1 month. So this lady, because we want to make her to be in a management team, whatever. Okay, maybe send to HR department for 1 month to see how the thing go like that. Okay, that means totally out from the BAU for 1 month. Okay, so it's like also part of this. We mentioned just now, we only mentioned enlargement and enrichment, right, yesterday and this morning, and also job rotation. Job rotation in the sense that even HR, right, if you cannot move up to the other area, you make this person from talent acquisition into compound into where this one also, is a talent building as well. Okay, before the person can go vertical, horizontal, you must know all first. I think the finance still the same thing, right? You got what account receivable, you got console account, you got people doing tax planning and all this thing. You also can do a job rotation and move them around. And then strategic management, of course, you must think. When you go higher level, I think your thinking process is more important, right? You're not just doing the job. How to think strategically. They also have workshop on, design thinking, okay, structure one. And then also some industry needs, priorities, building, leading, sustaining the innovation organization, means building the future. Okay, how to make your company, your business be sustainable. In fact, you need the resources. Besides, you're talking about the technology, all these things, human being also very important, all right? Also, you need the human to think before you have been utilize all this technology, right? The technology will not go by itself, right? Also invented by the human being. This one we cannot deny one. Just like I mentioned about the on-job training, right? So what you can do, the succession planning committee, given, okay, some of the HOD, you can think of any special project. Means you involve all these people. It's not their business as usual. You put them in, and then you see, you will have the observation. We even come up with the report card, when we assign this person to a special project where the person who monitor this talent, not their immediate superior, because you send them out to the various department or business unit, they have to write a report card. And then this report card, normally, every 3 months, they have to submit to, for my previous company, the learning and development manager will collect all this. Because with all this, they've gone through external training, internal training, on-job training, whatever thing they have involved, there must be somebody responsible to give a report with evidence, not sweet talk or writing story or whatever. Then we gather this thing, So that's why the succession committee member will, based on, I will say, case study, okay, they will can draw and conclude whether they are all this talent pool has been run in the right direction, okay. Any shortfall, you know, any improvement, they must do, you know. It's not just sit there, armchair manager, then listen, you know, from the HR to present, you know. They will make some comment, maybe adjustment or review or say anything wrong throughout the process or the program or the people who are not supportive to this talent pool. Means when we send all these people there, these people have no time for our talent. Okay, so actually in our balance scorecard under the OC, we also will put 5 points to 10 points to these people, so that we make sure these people will commit. You not only develop your own people, right? You also develop the talent pool in other departments as well. Okay, this one just an extra point that given to you all. If you use a balance scorecard and then you start intend to have this talent pool and succession planning, you also can actually put in one of these KPI in the OC, you know, for your people. Okay, so this is only write out what do you mean developmental assignment, right? Succession planning program include component where the participant work in the area of the organization where she has no previous experience. Yeah, when they have no experience in that, you want to give them the new assignment, right? So that they will do, then you can see, you know, how well they perform beside their BAU. Okay, and also you can see shadowing experience, somebody, you know, monitoring, you know, and then make sure this person, you know, when they are doing this development program, whether this person eventually can succeed in that position, because we're using shadowing experience. Okay, you see, however, the experience can be far more valuable when the participant is actually assigned the work in a new area. Okay, because doing the own job, you know, we mentioned sometimes doing the same old job, yeah, you are the high performer. Why? And how, when I put you in other area or other assignment, are you still the high performer? This is the question, you know, that we have to ask ourselves. Okay, and then mentoring program. Okay, mentoring program. Anybody can share with me what is mentoring program? Instead of reading from here, that if you are in the mentoring program before, or you are the mentor before, or you are the mentee before. Anyone? Hello, I know it's 4:40. Okay, we still have a little bit more to cover.
I think mentor normally is a person who whereby always people respects, and then he is knowledgeable in so many ways. So when you have problem, he can able to give you solutions, and then we will able to guide you accordingly, and then you won't miss yourself.
Yeah, in a layman term. So I already put my word here. Cindy, a good try. Yes, actually you're helping another people to learn. Means you are not teaching the person exactly how to do, like a coaching. Or coaching is, you know, either physically or skill, you know, coach a person. Like let's say we play tennis, right? We play golf, you need a coach, right? Exactly, you know, do the same how to do. But mentor is actually to inspire you. Yes, they have the very strong leadership skill, you know, they very proficient or skillful, know how, know many things. Okay, so but they will help you, you know, how to learn. Okay, how to learn something new, like that. That's why mentor mentee. That's why sometimes you see people even in FB, in any social media, say, I thank you, you know, for all these years, 30 years, I have a mentor. Mentor not necessary in your company as well, you know. Sometimes mentor can be outsider, you know, mentoring you. Then you will become a somebody. Anybody else have any input about mentor mentee? Kevin?
Mentor.
Yeah, Gonzalo want to say something. Yeah.
Mentor mentee is something like teacher and student. But he can be like same peer, or there can be a vertical or supervisor, or subordinate. Am I right?
Actually, mentor is at the helping another to learn. You help people to learn. You are not coaching the skill, but definitely this mentor must be, I would say reputable. That means I look up on you, I respect you. I know that, you know, through you, I can get, you know, things that I don't know, and also it may not be your superior, as I say, even it may not be in your company as well, okay? It can be an outsider also, okay?
Can I share my thoughts?
Yeah, Shanti, yes, just how I want to ask, but
I mean, I've never been in a mentor or a mentee formally, but I think if I look for a mentor, say for instance, if I have got ambitions to be C level,
okay,
all right, but I feel like I'm stuck, so I should go and look for a mentor who is a current CHRO or something, so that that person may be able to guide me, or if I feel I'm stuck in something, I can bounce ideas with that person, and that person not necessarily giving me direct answers, but guiding me. This is something you have to think about. This is something, you know.
Yeah, true. Yeah, helping another to learn, right? Also helping you where to get info, you know. Yeah, that's why this person must be very knowledgeable. Even they cannot help you directly, maybe indirectly. Okay, you go to where and find who. Okay, you should join this club, perhaps. Oh, I cannot speak. Okay, maybe you join the Toastmaster, right? You'll be able. A person, very knowledgeable and able to give you some solution to do something. It may not hold your hand, you know, give you instant information to do your work, but it will help you to learn, okay? It will help you to find a solution, okay?
Something.
Yeah, Ken. Shanti, thank you for sharing.
Actually, the mentor and coach, one of my friend told me he's a business coach. So he mentioned to me that mentor is the person who really know how to do the things. So it can be like I'm doing like, because last time I'm IT lah. Or for example, I just talk about Toastmaster lah. Because Toastmaster, you got a lot of roles or something you're not familiar with. Then you assign a mentor. Then that mentor will guide you along the way how to become a speaker or something. Then for business coach, is just give you the strategy. They don't tell you what to how to do it, but they give you the way, the direction. If you do something wrong, then this one wrong already. You must follow this guide or something. That's a different. I mean, last time my friend told me lah.
Actually, coach, I already give a very layman example already. Usually we call those about skill one, you know, particularly, you know, playing games, you know, they call coach, right? You don't call all these people my mentor, you know, my mentor.
Maybe I next time I recommend.
But I think the mentor basically, I think in general principle, the mentor is the act of helping another to learn, okay? That will be the right word, not giving you a solution, right? Helping another to learn when you're stuck, like just now Shanti say, when you're stuck, you know, where to get for info, what to learn. A coach is basically really, I think, bringing you the solution, the way, you know, how to do the thing, okay? So
never mind, a bit different spot I learn.
Yeah.
Because for example, like soccer, the football or the coach, actually I'm not sure maybe it's a bit different. They'll talk about all is strategy. They'll talk about strategy, how to win the game.
Yeah lah. So the mentor actually not giving you the strategy, help you to learn only. The mentor won't tell you, you know, okay, this is the strategy to do, but helping you to learn means let you open your mind, you know, you think, you know, how to do, you know, you see, you know, the road that learn competence.
Never mind.
Help you to
that
learn.
one is a coach for me lah.
Yeah.
Maybe my understand different. Next time I introduce my friend to you and have a look on this.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Coaching, part of the leadership role, specifically aimed at nurturing and sustaining the performance. You can see or not? Because this one is talking about performance, how well you play, right? Performance. whether you can play well or not in golf and all this thing, or even you're talking about business strategy and all this thing. So there's a different thing. So we are not going to argue over here unless you have a mentor before and you attended some coaching with other people before. Okay, last 15 minutes, we try to recap for today. Anybody want to share anything? Because it's still very fresh. What we have gone through for today, or even maybe in the afternoon, that from struggling, come up with the succession planning committee, the forming, you know, who should be in the people, what they're supposed to do, to the 9-grid box. Some may agree or may disagree with me why 4 boxes have been chosen, why not the 6 boxes. And I did mention about based on the company, you know, what is the target, you know, the situation or even their resources. And then we also talk about what are the functions of the succession planning committee beside coming up with the succession, the criteria for selections of talent, right? And then the evidence through the next level, either the HR or somebody knowing the staff well, one from the nomination form, probing whether these people are willing to be in the talent pool, what are the commitment, the challenges of the SPC, of the talent, or even of the HOD. Because the HOD not only with their own people, also throughout the exercise, other people will be assigned under you, okay? And then also sometimes what are the challenges? I would say sometimes even failure, right? Because everybody must take their part in order to make this talent pool be run successfully, okay? Besides, you have a committee, a board, you know, to look after them, and also a heavy role for the HR also to monitor so many things. And also I tell you why, the reason why the HR cannot be the committee, okay? There's so many things, just now when I mentioned, you can see they have to do. And definitely it's good for the company, at least even you don't formalize it, you must have an informal talent pool. Means a lot of people say, yeah, a small company, don't tell me, you know, I close my eyes, you know, some bosses tell me, I already know, you know, who is my successor, you know, who should be trained, you know, in my talent pool or field, you know. Sometimes the gut feel or what you see may not be what you get. Even how small is your company, I think you can start to structure. If your company, not necessarily you have to wait for you have 300 people, only you start to do. Even with 50 people, I think it's the high time you should set out your term of reference. How you want your succession planning committee to work. You can start off, maybe you got a GM, you put GM, put one operation people, finance, or even a marketing inside, you know, depends on industry, then you will start to select these people. Because I always feel that, you know, if you only have 1 or 2, sometimes you can take side of somebody is because your own nature, right? It can be your I say the similarity, or this one like me, okay, I think it can be a successor, you know. And also you only focus on your own area, you think this person competent, but actually this person cannot do other things also. Recap here, any more sharing? Any question? And I also say that for the particular request, if I can, I will put my, I prefer, okay, because I want to know whether relevant to you, you actually can email me, okay, your request or anything you want to ask within the next 2 days. Or even you have a private chat, you will think that, okay, you're very interested in this topic, but you want to deep dive in it. I think I have mentioned before, I also do customize things individually in terms of how to form the talent pool, the talent management, how you come up even with your manual, you know, the processes, all these things, and even performance. Then people want to deep dive into the balance scorecard. The reason why some company want to customize, maybe they put in all their functional people there, they want the HOD to learn, okay, in terms of still in balance scorecard in my business, you know, what we should put beside their own thing, the 4 area, right? And then also some company say I have 200 to 300 staff. I do not know, you know, how to bottom up or top down, you know, how I cascade down from organization level to the departmental level to the individual. So I do have last month, I have a very small group. This also public listed company, 5 people from HR department only, okay? Partly because of the internal auditor, they have to set up all these things. Partly also they want to learn because they are going big. So I only do this talent development management, particularly for this 5 HR person to set up all these things. Then it will become very practical because at the end of the day, everything can be used in the company, okay? Because it's only focused in their industry and their needs in that organization. Then subsequently, whether the HR want to branch out from there, how they want to get their HOD to do is another thing. Also, they invite me also do another day just for the HOD, okay? Ask them, you know, how they do all these things. Balance scorecard, the same thing, right? Maybe they really want to know maybe the top management first, and then to the operation level, maybe I also can guide the operation level, you know, how they can put in all these things, you know, practically. That means can be done, not like now, okay? I only can show general because everyone in a different industry, right? You know. Before we call off, I thank you so much for all your support, your sharing, and I also ask for forgiveness, maybe through what I say, you know, what I share, you know, I may offend any one of you, okay? So, but I just giving a constructive feedback on it. So it's towards the case, it's not so much on the person, okay? Is this the feedback form, is it?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. So, and then anything you require from them, because since I think most company, they are claiming the HRDF, right?
Yes, I will email them individually for all the documents required to submit to HRDF.
Yeah. Okay. And then, okay, I also roughly tell you about this checklist here, right? When you want to form this talent development management, it's better to fall back to your mission, vision, okay? And then we just now also mentioned about the framework already, right? We also talk about the processes already, you have catch, and then how to form the succession planning committee, who are the parties involved, right? We also touch on the criteria, the 9 grid box, and the type of activities, right? Development program, on-job training, all these things. Actually, we have covered all of this already, okay? And then you have to come up for yourself. I did mention about the talent nomination form. It depends how in-depth you want to put in, and talent assessment form, right? I said the HR will have a form, you know, based on all the information, right? And then we will put them in the 9 grid spot, you know. And then we also talk about all this thing, right? The balance scorecard, you know, focus on this organization capability, you know, and then we mentioned on the training need analysis, right? How to form the session planning committee, and the guideline and the SOP actually throughout even a verbal, I more or less given that to you already. So if people interested in deep dive into all these things, actually you can actually contact me privately, just do for your company. And then you see this one, the HOD compare, right? This one is actually the appraiser one, right? You compare the KPI, you know, and then you cascade down to your staff. This partly also for the balance scorecard. I think I did mention this as well. And then also these are the people sometimes when they want to really come up with a manual, right? You can call policy, whatever. These are the steps, you know, you do why you have a talent development management. So you have to start with the workflow, the SOP first, and then who is the owner of this policy or SOP. Okay, any question? Okay, you're welcome. And I hope, Cindy, you really picked up something from here. Yeah, Shanti, thank you for your sharing also. You're also enlightening me, okay, sharing. And Lassie, any more questions? So quiet. And also, yeah, Shanti, yes?
Just approximately, say if you're doing, how long did it take you to set up the succession planning committee, the framework and all that for your education industry?
You actually need 1 month to prepare because you have to do some research first. Start from the term of reference, because I'm the one who write out the term of reference. After that, I will go through with my group MD. Okay, so because sometimes what I think is not what they think, right? So I will say, okay, I think the framework should be like this, you know, how long they serve. Some people 2 years, 3 years, I think must be officially appoint them so that make them committed. And then why I propose these people should be in a committee, why only 5%, not 10%, you have to justify a lot of things. Once this paper has been signed, terms of reference approved by the group MD, then you only can call for a meeting, okay? You call for a meeting, and then these people obviously will know, or I say, actually, we discussed with the group MD already, okay? You will be nominated, we will give you a form, then I will call for a meeting, okay? And explain to them what is the function, or maybe some of them, I don't think I can be in, but very seldom they have, because it's also good, you know, they're being respected also, okay? Then after that, we will sit down, you know, and set up the framework. But whether you like it or not, Shanti, HR will do most of the job, right? Before they think of the criteria of the selection, HR already have. So you just have meeting, discussion with them, adding on and deleted, you know, all these things, right? Even the processes, most of the thing I have done with my L&OD manager, and then I discuss with them. So after that, you know, when the thing all confirmed, they agree or formalized already, the whole set of the thing have to get the group MD approved. That's why in the succession planning committee, you must have one person, the highest one, right? Maybe he won't take side one because he don't really work today with all these people. Okay, then after that, I have to do a roadshow, you know, to all the business unit, or to tell them now we have the succession planning committee, these are their role, you know, okay? So eventually, okay, in your center, department, whatever, we will start to have this talent selection. Of course, my nomination form must be ready, or sent to them, you know, then I have to brief them, call, you know, I call roadshow, call them, you know, how to use the form. Then all these things eventually will come back. When the form come back, okay, then I have to start to go to the center with my L&OD manager. I interview the talent also. Sometimes they say a funny part, and my boss didn't tell me I have been nominated. Actually, I don't want to be nominated. And then I told you, right, I don't want this and that, okay? So, but not immediately I tell them, okay, you will be this thing, and then I will put the remark. Once I gather all this interview already, right, and then I will call for the first meeting with the succession planning committee. Okay, I've gathered all this nomination, I will read out, but I think this one shouldn't be in this thing. I have to see the remark. I say, actually he or she doesn't know that the immediate boss have nominated this thing. Then I have things also know that in this one, actually, I think he's good, but nobody nominated him. HR think he's good, maybe then we will study. And also, even I will tell the big boss, wow, this one very bold, you know. Huh? And Lilaine said she want to nominate herself because of this reason. So we very open, very transparent, okay? This can be done as well. And then after that, obviously, after the selection, of course, as a HR will ask for, we have done so much job, right? We really have to run this thing seriously. I have asked for budget. That's why my CFO will be there. Wow, You need 500,000 for the first year. So I have to justify, right? Then I will say, okay, because I see this is lacking. I know I want to portion out how much for the external training, internal training, team building, even sometimes put them relax, go somewhere else, out from their workplace, the bonding, all these things. So I have to come up with my budget, right? So normally, even the CFO will have comment. Sometimes if the group MD approve, also can be approved, right? Because he's the highest. And then I also think it's good that sometimes check and balance. We also need the finance people there, you don't overspend all this thing as well, okay? And then after that, if seriously, and then you have doubt, or even you can get the third party come and assess one more time. Like I mentioned, sometimes learning agility, you need to go through some scientific process, other things that you think that the HOD and even the HR team not their expertise in certain way to really know their competency, or even beyond, some people doing some personality tests in a very in-depth way, they have fish cam now, all these things. There are many outside now, okay, in the marketplace, okay. Then the follow a lot of work since then. After form up, there's a lot. It will be never ending story. So it's not easy to run a talent pool, because you are between the succession planning committee to answer, and as well how well you run. Actually, the HR play the biggest role, though you're not in a committee member. But to me, I would have said it's a very good experience for me, right? I learned a lot of things because I like people, I like to see how people succeed and develop, at the end you can see how the talent pool see you differently beside you doing the HR role. This is my personal experience I want to share with you.
Thanks.
Okay. As I say, anything you can email me. Okay, but I also can give you my handphone, but don't call me first. I don't know who you are. Maybe you actually can WhatsApp me, because I think some of you here may be very shy, you want to clarify things. When I'm away, if at my capacity I can share, I don't mind, okay? Okay. Janice, you need anything for them before can we take a last picture? Are all these people still there?
Is everyone still there?
I stop sharing.
Yes.
See whether still very energetic. I seriously, I wish to have all the picture. I still not satisfied. Maybe I set high expectation. I don't want to see the name, just the name. I don't know until maybe at the end of the 2-day program. I don't know who they are, Maybe they are the Mr. Malaysia or Mrs. Malaysia or Miss Malaysia. I don't know. They dare not show their face, okay. So I really appreciate, at least an honor for me. After 2 days with you, at least I know who you are, right? I always cannot capture the name, but I can recognize the face. Somehow rather, I come nearby your office, or, on the road or somewhere else. I may know, hey, you have attended that the session with us, right? Oh, I'm great to see you. Okay, Shireen, I'm great to see you. Chin, and how about the rest, okay? So Janice, so those that only showing name one, I don't know whether they are there, okay, but I'm great. At least I can see many faces already. So maybe you can take.
Okay, ready everyone? Okay, let's 1, 2, 3. Okay, let's have another one. 1, 2, 3, cheese.
So Janice, send me all this picture.
For sure, for sure.
Yes. Kelvin, thank you so much. I think I have to give some recognition to SciComm here, Shanti and Kelvin, really facilitating. And also there are certain people I must address here. A good try. I think everyone over here are very happy. Also, you try your best, answer. Even Cindy, I believe you pick up a lot as the PA. I'm very glad to see you. You know, I think your boss have no wrong. I put you as the head of admin, right? You also pick up the HR here, you know, lifelong learning.
Thank you for sharing.
Yeah, and also like Nick, Vitia, Chin, I think everyone, if I have mixed up your name, I believe you also have contributed, especially Adeline. Adeline, I know I like the way you present things, Adeline. Very structured, sort of. And then even I think Gonza also, you as an entrepreneur also, you know, you also try your best to contribute. Shireen, you're not there, or maybe you cannot on your camera. I don't know what you're using.
Yeah, I'm here. Just that the line a bit not so stable, so I off that one.
Okay. I hope I can see you all again. Okay, somehow or other. Okay. Bye.
Bye. Thanks.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye, everyone. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks, Adeline. Thanks, Shanti.
Thanks all.
Bye. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. See you again.
Shanti, I really like your spec. I really like your spec. I hope to keep in touch with you, Shanti.
Yes, sure. I got pink and blue color.
Very nice. So I make sure I will keep in touch with you. Yes, Adeline PowerPoint, very powerful. Okay. Still big. These are all the skilled Johor people, right?
Yeah.